Let me tell you, that sky can bugger off. Not liking that. Not liking that at all. Oh, don't mind my fingers. Oh. There we go. Hey, baby. Can you hear me okay? Dar, throw a thumbs up if you can hear this okay. My headset's being wonky right now, so I'm not sure. Oh, good. Okay. Wonderful. There, see, Dar, now you don't have to come to work with me anymore, eh? You don't have to come to work. You can just sit here and drive along and, watch what's going on, see what I'm doing, see what I'm looking at. Grago, hey, how you doing, man? Thanks for popping in here. We're just decided to take a drive. I just delivered in Oswego, New York, and thought I'd take a drive through the New York countryside here and share it with you, man. Although I'm looking at the time, and I think the school buses are going to be out, so it's going to be. I wouldn't be surprised if we get caught up behind a couple of school buses. Oh no, maybe we're a little early for that. A little early for that. Hooligan, morning, son. I know it ain't morning for you. It ain't morning for you, unless you went back to bed after you did that. After you let that video out this morning or a while ago. Maybe it's maybe you're back up and for a second time and it's morning for you. There's the old shaky wheel. I mean the Sterling steering stock. Oh, it's the stalking wheel. That's right. He's the local YouTube stalking wheel. There he is. What's going on, my brother? How the hell are you? You see, Sterling, you're making too much money, buddy. I can't wear the expensive panties, man. I'm still wearing the off the shelf Walmart fucking, cotton crotch fucking Fruit of the Looms. I not a lot I can do. I don't make enough money to be buying, the Victoria's Secrets. But it's funny when you think about it, right? You can go to Walmart and buy 10 pairs of underwear, like talking women's underwear, right? You can go buy a 10 pack of underwear for what, $15. And there's enough material in those 10 pairs to make a sale for your boat. You can go to Victoria's Secrets and buy one thong where there's not enough material to floss your teeth with, and it's $75. Somebody wanna explain that to me? Are you killing some mailboxes today? No, bro. We're not doing mailboxes today. Not doing mailboxes today. Used to do that when we were little, and then one of the old farmers, he got wise because we used to take baseball bats, right? And we'd all be in the pickup truck, and we'd all be hammering as they're going by. And these ones here are the plastic ones. Well, there's a couple of these. So we don't hang out and knock mailboxes off these days. And besides, back in the day when we were doing it, right? Back in the day when we were doing it, nobody had a camera, right? There was no, trail cams or like nobody had, unless you were like filthy rich, which we weren't. Nobody had cameras on their property or nothing like that, or phones or iPhones. Nowadays, try that nowadays. Try that nowadays. You could swear to God there's no 4 shorts up on YouTube within 30 minutes of you doing it. Oh, look at this. I'll give him points, okay? He's got it like a GTI. He didn't put the soup can on the back of it. I'll give him points. He did not put the soup can on the back of it. He's giving her hell though. Look at that boy go, eh? He's got an ice cream cake in the back of that fucker. Let me tell you, he's just killing it. The speed limit here is like 55. I'm not doing like much over that. I'm doing like 56, 50, about 55, 56. They still want to go around. Whatever. Ricardo, Trump, 2024. You guys, all I can say is Ricardo, I'm Canadian, but all I can say is you better hope you get Trump in 2024. You better hope it happens. Because you guys don't know how screwed you are if the Dems win another election. Because what's going to happen is Trump's going to win this election. I think he is. Trump is going to win this election. Yeah, how are you? And what's going to happen is your country is in such a rough shape, and the Democrats and Biden have left it in such bad shape that Trump is not going. 4 years is not going to be enough time for Trump to put your country back together. Unfortunately, guys, it's just a fact of life. The guy can only do so much with the time that's allotted with this, that, and the other. And unfortunately, Americans and Canadians, by about the 3rd year, and things aren't going as well as he said they would, and you guys are going to get frustrated, and you guys are going to turn around and go, "Oh God damn it!" And the Democrats are going to win again after Trump. And you guys don't want to know who's coming up the pipe, who's coming down the pipe, because what you don't know right now, and actually a lot of you do know this, is that Biden's not running your country. He's the only president that hasn't left Washington. Do you know why he hasn't left Washington? He's still working. Whether you like it or not, that's what's going on. Biden can't fucking stitch 2 words together to save his life. And if he was drowning in my swimming pool, the only way I'd save his life would be take my foot off his head anyway, much like Trudeau. But Obama's still running your country. Guess what? Come the next election, after not the one coming up, not November, where Trump is going to win. 4 years later, guess who's going to be guess who's going to be on the Democratic ticket? Obama, but not Barack. You don't see this? You guys haven't been watching the last fucking 18 months? They're grooming her. They are grooming her. Michelle Obama is going to be on the Democratic ticket for 2029 or whenever the next, what is the next one, right? What are we in, 2024? So 2028. I promise you. A lot of you already know this. I'm not telling any of you any of this that you don't know, but some of you don't know. Anybody here right now that wants to send me money or lay a wager on this, I'll take your fucking bet. If you think I'm wrong, I will take your bet, and then 4 years from now, we'll pay up. Well, it doesn't matter who elected Biden. He's not running the country anyway. He hasn't been for over a year. Over a year. Rudy, how are you, my man? Good to see you. Thanks for popping in here, man. It's been a long time. They won't let the immigrants vote for Biden. And yes, Biden will not run. Oh, fuck. Run. You can't use the word Biden and run at the same time. That guy can't even walk. He shuffles. He shuffles. You watch. As soon as he's out, as soon as that election's over, he's gonna die. I guarantee you. He'll have a stroke, a heart attack. Fucking. They got him with so much shit keeping him alive right now. His His brain is dead. His body just doesn't know enough to give up. Nightmare. How the hell are you, man? Thanks for coming in. Oh, Biden can't remember his own name. Yeah, yeah. I think it's funny. It's I don't know. It's to the point where I sit there and I watch him. Right, I watch him give like a speech, or he's at a podium talking about something. I don't know about you guys, but I can do about 20 seconds. Right, about 20 seconds. Like if he's on YouTube or he's a short or something, or even if it's TikTok, flip, flip. I can't. I just 20 seconds of that is all I can handle. 20 seconds of that is all I can handle. Who I feel sorry for are those, well, not really, but are the vultures, right, in the press corps. Those idiots got to sit there and try to figure out what that monkey's saying. That's the worst part. And then they got to decipher it and translate it and maybe put something out that's worthwhile, which they haven't done in about 5 years anyway. Buy sterling and go out. Buy sterling. Buy silver and gold, sterling. Silver and gold. I'm not putting all my faith in Bitcoin. I believe in it to a degree, but I'm not putting all my money into, or all my eggs in one basket of Bitcoin. I am a girl. Oh, my apologies, Nightmare. You related to my wife? I am a girl. My actual name is Anna. I am turning 21 in May 30th. Turning 21. Good for you. Good for you. I've got two daughters turning well, one's turning 23 in May. 22 or 23. Jesus, I got six daughters, so give me a second here. I got one that's turning 29 in May, and I got one that's turning 20, I think 23 in May, or 22, 23. I think 23. But thanks for hanging out, Nightmare, letting us know. If I insulted you by saying "Hey, dude" or "man" or whatever, I apologize. These days, you just never know. You heard that click, eh, hooligan? I tried to actually do it real quiet, man. I tried to pull that one off real quiet, but I guess that didn't work. Where's the shit? If you heard it, and the shitty thing is, like, I didn't get it lit. I got to light it again, but I don't like to do it like this, right? So I got to wait till I get a nice long straightaway here, and there we go. There we go. No faster way to lose your mustache than try to light your cigar with a Zippo while driving down the highway. There are other ways to do it, but that's a fast way to lose beard hair and mustache hair. John, how are you, man? Haven't seen you around in a while. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in, man. You guys do me the favor and hit that like button for me, would you please? If you don't mind. If you don't mind. I don't know what it is, man. I can smoke two cigars all day long, and as soon as I go live with you, I pick the one out of my humidor that doesn't want to fucking stay lit. Jesus. Nightmare. I am also homeless. Okay, now you're breaking my heart. Just don't tell me you're a fucking veteran. Jesus Christ. Kitty, yeah. How did you become homeless? Nightmare. Or Anna? I've almost been homeless a couple times when I really piss off Dara there, when I piss off Kitty Craze. But luckily for me, my home, I got a big bed back here, and I sleep in my truck. So, but I've spoke with I've openly admitted and spoke before that there were times in my life that I was homeless. I was living on the street, living in a park. I've lived in a park. I've lived under a bridge in Burlington, Ontario. I've lived in a park in Mississauga, Ontario. Um, it's it it's bloody heartbreaking. It really is. I hate to see with today's day and age, the young kids like you, and obviously I got kids of my own that you know there's no reason for homelessness. There's no reason for hunger. There's no reason for any of this. Considering your country is just giving away what $60 billion to the Ukraine. My country is giving away umpteen $billion to Ukraine. They're with the amount of money that the both governments have given away, they could have wiped out homelessness, hunger. They could have medically treated and taken care of every single veteran on both sides of the border. Um, let me tell you. Let me tell you. I mean, it's ridiculous with the money that they've given away and pissed away. Um, there's no reason for young people these days to be homeless. None. Ugh. So I've just uh, I've just delivered a third load. I'm going to do the same thing actually that I did last Friday. I got 3 loads in, but I don't have enough time to make it home tonight. So I'm just going up to the loads there in New York State. And once I kick it in there, we'll turn the camera around and you can look at my ugly mug, and we'll continue this on for a little bit. If you guys want. If not, then I can shut it down and go again. I'm starving, so I'm gonna want my cheeseburgers, right? Gonna want my cheeseburgers. Sorry, some of the comments, depending on where I am and what I'm driving. I can't really read them. I'm not supposed to be, and I'm not really supposed to be reading them. So if I'm missing stuff, uh, Nightmare, if you're writing stuff and I'm not responding to it, I deeply apologize. I'm sure there's other people in here that are talking to you. Kitty Craze with Dar, that's my wife. Sterling Wheel, he's a very good close friend of mine. He's a brother. He's a brother of the highway as well. Um, and everybody else that's here, they're just hanging out. They're just good old folks. Flatbed trucker, how you doing, brother? Let me tell you something, dude. Flatbed. I've been back. I'm doing these ingot loads, so it's all flatbed work. I've been doing this now again for fucking 7 weeks straight. Jesus H Christ, bro. I not now I remember why I gave it up, right? You come off the flatbed for 8 or 9 months, and you're pulling vans around, and you're okay, and everything's funky, and everything's feeling good, and you don't have Jesus Christ, it's 5 or 6 weeks. I don't know what it is. 5 or 6 weeks of pulling these goddamn ingots, doing 2 loads a day. So I'm loading twice a day and unloading twice a day. Son of a bitch, man. I'm just old too, though. On flatbed, I can't remember how old you are, but my sciatic is killing me. My back is sore. My hips are sore. I'm gonna turn this. Don't get me wrong. I'm gonna turn these into a bitch fest. I'm just like, that's why. This is why I came off it. And I went out and actively got this. I got this contract, right? When they asked me, I jumped all over this contract and negotiated it for myself. And it's like, shit. Shannon Thomas trucking. I'm gonna write a song about Shannon Thomas Strauss. Actually, you know what we're gonna do, Shannon? I'm gonna put the screws to Mikey Campbell, the guy that did all three of my Wheelburner songs, or actually he did two of my Wheelburner songs, and another really good friend did the jazzy Wheelburner song. I'm gonna put it to Mike. I'm gonna sit down and tell him all about you, who you are, what you're all about, da 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 da, and we'll see if he'll put a song together for you. And you know what the shame is? The shitty thing is, he did a really good one for Nevada. He did a really good one. Like he like went into the studio and did it in the studio and did a really good one for Nevada. And obviously now nobody can hear it, right? Because well, Nevada's not here no more. But we're gonna get. I think we're gonna get Shannon Thomas a song. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. Shannon's Shannon, your phone call yesterday. We're not going to talk about it, but I just again thank you. Right place, right time. Answered the phone to the right person. Absolutely. Okay, that's good. I can see that people are talking a nightmare. Which state am I driving in now? Right now, I am in the state of New York. I am out in the back country area, but when I come out, I'll be coming out. What am I on? I'm on New York Route 3. I'll be popping out onto I-81 in about 10 minutes or so. And from there, it breaks me dead center. From where I pop out, I am dead center between Syracuse to the south and the Canadian border to the north. And I'm going towards the Canadian border, but I won't make it. I won't make it all the way up to the border tonight. So yeah, Sterling. So do I. So do I. So do I. It's not right. That's all I'm gonna say. You know what the fuck I'm talking about. It's just not right. Hmm. Great people. That's a that is a cool name, dude. I call everybody dude. I apologize if yeah I just did it to Nightmare. I went, oh that's a dude. It turns out that Nightmare is actually an Anna. It's a female Nightmare. But great people. I just did that. I said that's a great name, dude. If you're not a dude, I apologize. It's just the way I talk, man. No offense. No offense is intended. Although it is getting cold. I don't know what's going on here. Somebody's screwing with the weather out here. I don't know what the deal is. See all that sky? Like, see that little patch of blue there? Like, that was all blue. When I came down here, like less than an hour ago, I had blue skies all the way around as far as I could see. All of what you're looking at right now is all blown in over the last hour and a bit. Now, if I look off to the west, it's all blue over there. So maybe I got some more blue sky coming. Guard dogs walking through. How we doing? How we doing today, Johnny? We safe? We good? You doing all right, brother? I'm just out here experimenting with the high cost of low living. Anybody relate to that? Anybody? Bueller? Anybody? Bueller? Bueller? Doing good. You're in Montana. Beautiful. One of my favorite states to drive through. One of my favorite states, Montana, Wyoming. Love it. Love it. I tell you what, guard dog, I'll trade you. You can come play in the backwoods here in New York, and I'll go hang out in Montana. There we go. When you roll out, there'll be a protection detail. Nice. Nice. Cha-ching. Nice. Good for you, John. Good for you. That's of all the different trucking I've done, types of truck, that's something I've never gotten into. Or actually, it's never, first of all, it's never been offered. Like, I've never had the option or I've been offered that. Um, and I don't think after they do a full search, obviously you're going to be vetted. I probably wouldn't qualify for that anyway. So, we let the pussies do it, right? The real men work out here on the open highway, and the pussies run down the road with the protection detail. You just missed a gear. You were switching gears. You were trying to float. You fucked up just by me saying that. You- You're reaching for the phone, going, "That son of a bitch." Yeah, 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 John. They wouldn't make it down the first sheet. they, they go, "Okay, there's 5 pages here. We made it down. We made it 8 inches down the first page. Now throw the throw the rest of it out." That's cool. Let me tell you. Like, look, it's just getting worse. Look at the sky now. Doesn't that look like it's gonna, like, I'm waiting for a tornado to drop. Isn't that the coolest sky you've ever seen? The coolest, like the coolest storm cloud you've ever seen? Like, literally, I could almost stick my hand out the window and reach up and touch it. That is really cool. Mr. Britt, thanks you. Thanks you. Thank you for stopping in, dropping tank off at Qualwash, then turn around and go back to Maryland for Monday. We don't do a lot. Our company, we don't do a lot of, like, Maryland, Connecticut, all up that area there. It's too hard for us to pull loads out. Like, as an American driver, you guys can, but finding shit coming out of Connecticut or Maryland going back up to Canada is damn near impossible, right? We're running empty down to Jersey or to PA or something like that for reloads. So just we just don't go up there. We just don't go up there. It costs too much. Now, unless you've got something, if you've got a banger, something drops on the board, you can grab it and it's a banger, and something, let's just say ridiculous, you're pulling a $5 a mile load. Okay, then we'll go up there, and because even coming back out, 150, 200 miles empty, you're still going to average, $3 on the rounder. Then yeah, you do it, but that doesn't happen very often. It doesn't happen very often, unfortunately. Robert Fisher, God bless Trump. Well, you better God bless fucking something about your politics down here. My politics in Canada ain't no better, right? I'll be honest with you. Our Trudeau is the same as your Biden. He's just a total dipshit. Really, he is. God bless Trump, though. Well, you know what? Remember this, Robert. I want you to remember this. When you're laying in bed tonight and you roll over and look at your wife and you start talking about the election and you're talking about Trump and you're talking about Biden or whatever the hell, or wherever the hell you do your political talking. Hopefully, it's actually not in bed. Um, don't pick the politician you like the most. That's the biggest problem people have these days with elections and politicians. Do not pick the politician you like the most. You pick the politician you dislike the least. I want you to think about that. Think about what I just said. You don't pick the one you like the most, you pick the one you dislike the least. They're all crooks. They're all liars. They're all assholes. Thanks for the space, Jack. Yeah, I'll just drive up, put my trailer tires on the curb. I don't mind. They're all useless. They all are. So it's your job to pick the one that you dislike the least because that from Crete. Damn. Nice to see you, man. Nice to see you. Thanks for coming back. I really do appreciate that. I remembered. Well, you've actually got a blue wrench and everything. I remember you from Greece. Thanks for popping back, man. Appreciate that. I love having a channel where I don't have just Americans, Canadians. I've got a whole mix in here. Like I think my channel is one of the only ones around. I've got like the United Nations of people in my chat, right? We got just about everybody. Robert from England. He's from England. He hasn't popped in yet, but I think Nomadic Brits just he's stepping in for the moment till Robert gets here, representing England. We got Eamon from Greece, Tolgas from Turkey, Pat's from Germany. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, it's nice. Yeah, it's a nice mix, isn't it, Guard Dog? It really is. It really is. And you know what I really like is that everybody plays nice. For the most part, everybody plays nice. So everybody, just for a second, stop what you're doing. I have a question for you. I have a question for you. I was talking with a very dear friend yesterday morning, and her and I were just talking and just about life, not about trucking. We were just talking about life and her life and my life and our life and everything like that. And we were talking about it, and then something came to mind. Something came up, and we were talking, and it's something that you do not see. You don't see it. You don't see it so much. You might see it a little more with my generation being a little bit older, but you don't see it with the new generation. You don't see it with the younger anybody that's when I say so the next generation after me would be like my kids. My oldest kid is 33. So I'm talking the next generation, the 30s. That age gap in there. And what I want to ask you, every single one of you, is I just want to ask you all a simple question. Today, I don't know what the date is today. What's today? The 15th, March 15th. So from the time that you woke up this morning, March 15th, I don't know what time, whatever time, everybody woke up at a different time this morning, but from the time that you woke up this morning until right this minute you're listening to my voice, what have you done to help somebody else? What have you done to benefit, or not benefit, sorry, to enrich or help or lift up and enrich the life of somebody else? A fellow brother, a fellow trucker, a fellow coworker, a fellow homeless person on the street. What have you done? We're also goddamn tied up with ourselves, benefiting ourselves, making ourselves feel better, making ourselves look better, financially trying to make ourselves build better, whatever. What have we done to put that? When was the last time you put out your hand and helped the next person behind you up? Right? You're climbing that mountain, you're climbing that hill in life, right? When was the last time you turned around and looked at the next guy or girl coming up behind you and reached out and helped them up, giving them a lift? Just something to think about. Because the thought came to me that was, it's so much easier. And I look around at the YouTube drama is a fine example of this. Okay. The YouTube drama is a fine example of this. It is so much easier to tear a man down. And I say man, but a man or woman, it's so much easier to tear somebody down and then step on them than it is to reach down when they're already down, to reach down and build them back up. You can tear somebody down with just a word. You can put somebody, down and with just a look or a comment. Somebody that's already having a bad day, a dirty look could put them over the edge. A simple comment can do that. A simple, but do you know what it takes to build a person back up? Do you know what it takes to build a person back up? You don't build a person back up as quickly as you can tear them down. And it's just if you look at it from a perspective of like a building, right? You can demolish a building and bring it down right down to its foundation a lot faster than you can start the foundation and build it right back up again. You know what? That was on my mind. You guys know me. I'm not like philosophical and I'm not religious. And that's, some of that came along. And I just wanted to throw that at you guys. That's all I wanted to do. Just throw it at you guys. Like, you know what? Before you go to bed tonight, one good deed. Phone that friend 6 months and say, hey, I was just thinking about you. Just checking in to make sure you're okay. Simple as that. Simple as that. That's all. Oh my God, woman. How can you even see over that steering wheel? The woman driving that white Volkswagen Tiguan, or however you say that, coming down the ramp there. Good God, lady. I guarantee you she's sitting on a phone book. She's sitting on a phone book with 6-inch platform shoes on, so she can reach the pedals. Anyway, we can change the subject and talk about anything you want to talk about. Like I said, I had that on my mind since yesterday, and I just wanted to throw that at you. It's not hard. It's not hard. You know, a lesson that I learned, and it took me a long time to learn, was when people are pissing me off and people I don't like. It's easy, it's not affecting their life if I'm walking around resentful and pissed off at them, and especially if they don't even know. It's not affecting their life, it's only affecting mine. And if you are an asshole to me and whatever like that, that's fine. One of the best pieces of advice I ever got was kill them with kindness. I don't have to be an asshole back. I don't have to put out negative energy. I don't have to run your dick into the dirt. I don't have to do that. I don't. I don't. Very rarely will you ever hear me on my channel running anybody into the dirt or trashing anybody or getting involved in the negativity and shit. We just don't do it here. You know. We I'll kill you with kindness though. You'll be shaking your goddamn head going, "What the hell's going on?" Thank you, Robert. Appreciate that a lot. Angel wants to free Israel. I wants to free Palestine. Okay. Great people. You know what? I'm 54. I'm not ready to retire yet. I drive a truck for a living. I'm an owner operator, so I own my truck. Um, I still enjoy what I'm doing, and I'm still fairly good at it. I've lost a few steps, obviously being a little bit older, but as long as I'm still relative in this business and I can still make a good living, and I don't need to retire. And for the most part, like think about this. Great people think about this. Doing my job, I've been to all 48 states. I've been to every province in Canada. I haven't been to a couple of the territories. I've seen everything that both of these countries, that I can see with my eyes. I've put my foot in the Atlantic Ocean, the Pacific Ocean, uh, the Gulf of Mexico. Um, I see everything. I see a lot. I see a lot. And you know what? These dumb fuckers pay me to do it. So I get to sit here and look out my little fishbowl window and go all over the place and do what I do, and they pay me for it. So it's not a bad deal. But um, when I do retire, it'll be spending time because obviously I've been doing this a long time and I have a wife that's been married to me for a long time and put up with this business for a long time. And when I'm ready to retire, then I owe her the rest of those years. And she hasn't seen the world and she hasn't seen the country, and I'd like her to. And that would be something that we would do when we are retired. I would like my wife to I'd like her to see all of the gorgeous things in the United States that I've seen, and Canada. And that would be something we would do. But retire right now? Nah. I'm not leaving all that money out there for Guard Dog and Shannon Thomas. I ain't doing it. There's just too much money. Work hard, play hard. You know what, Job? I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you. You know, I am an advocate of that. I work my ass off in this business. I've been doing this 33 years. I've been an owner operator for 21 of them. I've paid my dues. My family has paid their dues. So when it's time to play, God damn it, it's time to play. You know it. Who's that? There's a name I haven't seen. Scott Walker. Good to see you, man. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. The only place I'm not going, I'd like to go. Dar wants to see the world. So she's going to Iceland, and I'm not going with her. I'm sorry, I got no desire to go to Iceland, but she's good with that because she's going to take a girlfriend of ours, actually another truck driver, a girl I work with. So Dar and Lori are going to fuck off to Iceland, and they're going to do probably 10 days in Iceland and do all the touring and all that. And so she's going to get to do all that. She's going to get to do all that there. Me, I'm more, I guess you want to call it a local boy. When I say local, I mean North America local. North America and South America, because I believe it or not, I would like to see like Panama, Honduras, Colombia, like all of that area. I'd like to go down there and see all of that as well. I've not been, so that's one thing I would like to do. But I would really like to take my wife and just take a few years and travel around both these great countries. Yeah, she'd come back with a fuck, John. She'd probably come back with some Icelandic, like rare Icelandic white cat that was, uh, she'll fly out. She'll fly out to Iceland on Friday, and by Tuesday, I'll see a $10,000 charge on my credit card for a cat. Scott, my screen is cracked. Sorry, my message. Don't worry about it. The driver of this truck is just as cracked, so it all balances itself out, bro. You're good. Dude, Sterling, you've been there for a better part of a day now, haven't you? Although I like that Western Star review you did there. It's just that little Western Star. That was pretty cool. I like that. A good looking truck though, eh? But it's Freightliner from top to bottom, dude. Right down to like the battery kill switch beside the seat. Like that thing is a Freightliner. And I suspect, because they do make the DD16, right? They do make that DD16 engine still. So I suspect that that was a DD16 in that. When you were showing the spec plates, when you were showing them, I couldn't read them. Even I tried to pause it and go back and pause it and zoom in on it, I couldn't read it. So, but yeah, I suspect that thing was a DD16. That thing's just made for torque. Good looking truck though. Good looking truck. And you like that, eh? I don't think I didn't miss that comment, eh? Made in the USA until he gets to the engine. He gets to the engine and he goes, "Look at this, DD Detroit. It's definitely a Detroit." Huh. Made in Canada. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Very well made in Canada. You're welcome. You are welcome. And the funny thing was, what did it say on that dash there? It said Western Star, what, 1967 or something? Western Stars were originally made in Canada, dude. They're Canadian trucks. Scott, I'm in I-81 northbound at the 43 yard line going north um, in New York. I'm just running up here to the Loves, the truck stop. I don't have enough hours to get across the border. So I'm just gonna roll it in here, and I'll kick it into the house tomorrow. Hey, pneumatic. Like when you get in the shower and you got your sponge, that's not a ducky down there. That's not a rubber ducky. Just wash and rinse, once. In case you didn't know that. In case they do things differently in England, I don't know. You know. Well, I like this. What I really liked is what Sterling showed the rear suspension on that, right? Because yes, it's got the springs for the up and down, but it also, that whole fucking suspension, because of the logging and because it's going to be going over the terrain that it's going to be doing, that suspension actually swivels forwards and backwards too. Excuse me. So you can twist that thing into some really awkward positions and that truck will take it. Where if we were doing it with these trucks here, you just snap the differentials out of them. Sterling, just off the top of your head, did you happen to find a price tag on that thing? Or even a ballpark? Bilal, are you a truck driver? Yes, I am, sir. I am. I am a Canadian truck driver, over the road truck driver. I'm down in New York State right now. Mountain man. I got you get hazmat loads, hazmat ops, and awareness from the military. How will they help me as a trucker? Well, it'll save you a lot of time when you go to get your hazmat or a lot of the certificates. You can get your dangerous goods certificate probably a lot easier. You'll have a head start over everybody else. You'll already know a lot of stuff. Depends on what you want to do. Like the stuff that I'm doing, I don't even need hazmat. Although I've got it. I've got my hazmat certificate. Um, but I don't need it. We don't pull dangerous goods with this company. We don't do any of that. But it is always good to have. If you are getting your CDL and you've got all your hazmat certificates, man, you're one step ahead of everybody else. You will not go wrong. Put it this way, okay? It will never hurt you. Yeah, I'm in a simulator. I'm playing truck sim. I don't even know if that's a game. But you know what? I was sitting there earlier today, right? So I'm watching like that's what like how you guys are watching me, right? I've got this set up so it's coming up in the thread for shorts, right? So I'm going through the shorts and I'm looking at all the people that are live at that time. You can go and then you can probably 80% of the people that were live and right now that are live, It's some kid or some guy sitting in a video game, and he's got 2,500 people in the chat, 2,500 people watching, right? He's got 2.5K watching him play a video game. I'm like, are you for fucking real? And it's not just one. There's a whole bunch of them playing video games and doing what's that, Roblox and all that kind of shit. I'm like, give me a goddamn break. You've got 2,000 people sitting there watching you play a video game. I'm driving a truck down the highway, which is way harder, right? Like, there's nothing that you are doing that is in danger, life and death or endangerment or anything. The worst you're going to do is get a cramp in your thumb or your trigger finger, right? And then you're going to go upstairs and get mom to kiss it better and put a Band-Aid on it, and you'll be back at it in 15 minutes. And yet here we are out here doing this, right? I'm live right now while driving a truck, going up the highway, and like, this guy's got 2,000 people watching him play a video game. I don't get that. That's the generational thing. That's where I guess I show my age, and I guess my ignorance, right? And I guess because the guy's playing a video game and he's not even talking to the viewers. He's just sitting there playing the game, and you can tell he's got a headset on because every once in a while he'll say something, but you can't hear the reply. And it's like, Jesus, age Christ. And the chat was going by so fast you can't even read the comments. When you got 2,000 people in there and they're all chatting, you can't read a goddamn thing. Not a goddamn thing. Low key custom cars, facts. Damn, man, eh? Damn. But I bet you, if I went home, set up my studio or whatever, and had it set up for a simulator for driving a truck, I'd probably have 1,500 people in here watch me drive a simulated truck. Look, everybody, I'm driving a simulated truck. I don't get it. Sorry, I don't. Maybe I'm just, like I said, maybe it's just my ignorance. Maybe it's just, I don't know. While the older people are watching old people playing poker. Yeah, so I guess it's all in perspective, isn't it? Right? I guess it's all in perspective. Yeah, the old fuckers are watching a bunch of old people sitting around playing poker or bridge or dominoes, and the young kids are sitting around watching each other play video games. I guess it's the way you look. I guess the way you look at it. I guess, eh? I guess it's just the way you look at it. Hey, Mountain Man, do me a favor. Go hit the like button. You didn't hit the like button. Go get it. Same with you, Bilal. You didn't hit the like button. Go hit that like button. We will stop the show for a message from your local station, while all of you take your turn. Come on, let's go, Frenchie. Let's go, Frenchie. I'm from Quebec. I'm in New York, but I still own the highway. Oui, oui, tabernacle. Quit trucking 10 years ago. What they playing these days? What are they paying these days? Depends on what you want to do. Tree, to be honest with you, man, the money is not equally spread out across the genres of trucking anymore. I think the tankers have taken the least hit, or they've taken they've weathered the storm the best financially, with the rates and everything. Vans have just taken absolute shit kicking. Flats, I think they took a shit kicking too, but they didn't take such a beating as the vans. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know. I can't speak honestly about the reefer freight because I don't pull it. I know enough people pulling tankers, and I know I pull flatbeds myself, and I pull vans. But reefers, I'm not exactly sure where they stand. But I can tell you this. Let me honestly tell you this. I was Dar and I actually told you guys this a couple of weeks ago. Dar and I were looking at some old pay statements of mine, right? Some old billing statements of mine back in 2015. All right. Now back in 2015, I wasn't grossing or making as much money as an owner operator. I wasn't making as much money as I am now, but I was taking home more. I was keeping more of it. The money I was making back then, more of it was staying with me. Nowadays, the cost of everything has gone up. Um, well, even if you're not a truck driver and you've been out of it for 10 years, you still know the cost of everything that's gone up, right? I'm sure in the last 10 years you've bought a car, right? Or you've bought and done other things. So the cost of everything around us has gone through the bloody roof. Um, and trucking is no different. In 2014, I bought a brand new Volvo for 140,000 bucks, and that's with 3 years extended warranty, and it was heavy spec, double framed, 46 rears, 14.6 steers, 18-speed manual, right? 140,000 all in. That's all in is what I paid for that truck. Nowadays, 140,000 will buy you a fucking 3-year-old used truck. But we're still making the same amount of money. I did this last week. I parked here last week in the back row. This week I'm going to park a little closer because I don't want to walk that far for my cheeseburgers. Look at that, a typical flatbed driver. He's going to drive into that spot, boy. I ain't backing up. Oh, overshot it. So at the end of the day, dude, it's all in perspective. It really is. We do okay. If you can get onto a special commodity, right? Hey, 2-4, what's going on? Thanks for coming in from the great province of Nova Scotia. If you can get on a special commodity, like doing something that Guard Dog does, or what I'm doing right now, where it's oversized and overweight and shit like that, if you can get onto something like that, then you can do really well. Here, Sterling. Here's a look at that. There, look at this Western Star. Same one you were looking at. This one's got the bunk on it. Beautiful. Um, then you can make money, right? Then you can make money doing something like that if you can get onto a special commodity. But if you're gonna play the spot market and you're just gonna be doing van freight, flat freight, or reefer freight, and you're fighting with the general population, then you know what? There's not a whole lot you can do. There's not a whole lot you can do. So hold on, guys. Let me just move the steering wheel here and get my seatbelt off, and we'll turn the camera around. I don't. I don't think this guy liked me parking beside him. He just gave me a dirty look and pulled out. What'd you say to him, Johnny? The fuck did you say to him? I know it was you. Ah, there we go. There we go. Hold on. I'm just gonna do what I did last week. I'm just gonna lean it up on my GPS here. Actually, hold on. I apologize. So unprofessional, right? So unprofessional. Turn this off. Turn that off. Oh fuck. Off duty. See, with paper logs, we didn't have to worry about this, right? Off duty. Off duty. We're all good. All right. Now we're cooking with canola. Uh, Whoo! She's happy to turn off. Let me tell you. Mountain Man, what did you say? You just said something before I got up there. I want to see what you said. Would you fellers suggest trying my own rig in order to make better pay? Dude, just because you've got your own rig doesn't necessarily mean you're going to make better pay. Uh, and that's just a fact. Um, if you are um, going to do it, I suggest you find yourself an absolutely solid company that you can get on with. Or if you're going to run your own authorities, if you're going to do it yourself, like buy your own truck, um, like I own the truck and I own the equipment, but I'm leased on with somebody with another company, so I run freight for them. Um, I don't have my own authorities aren't active. So, but if you're thinking of going about the ways of, sorry about that glare. If you're thinking about going, getting your own authorities and starting it out as a one man operation, that's a hell of a step. It's a hell of a big step. Um, I would suggest if you want to do that, buy a truck first, get on with a company, run for a couple of years as an owner operator, get the business part of it under your belt. So you know how you're filing your IFTA, you know how you're doing this, you know how you're doing all the shit you're gonna need to do in the future. And then once you've got, enough money in the bank that you can branch off, because once you've got your own authority and you go out on your own, you got to remember now, unless you're set up somewhere else, um, you're waiting 30, 60, 90 days for pay. Now you can factor, you can use a factoring company and they take what, 1.5, sometimes 2%, if you're willing to do that, and they pay you right away. But then there's still other things. You won't get the fuel discounts that you will if you're on, like, if I was running by myself as my own, and I was running, um for owning one truck and with the discounts and everything I'd get. For example, fuel here is 4.54 a gallon. I'd probably end up paying like 4.20, right? But with being on with a larger company that has buying power and purchase power, then you usually get a better price. Like if I was to buy fuel here, I don't know what it is. I'd have to look it up. It's on my phone, but I'd probably be just south of $4 a gallon, which isn't that bad for New York State. If you guys know New York State, $4 a gallon's not a bad day. Karen, I never said hello. Thank you, honey, for coming in. Nice to see your face. I'd rather see the road. Look at you. Look at you. I, and I even said something nice about you, Sterling. Oh yeah, he's a brother. He's a brother on the road. You know what? You, you, Jeff. Are you in a helicopter? No, man, I'm not. I'm in an 18 wheeler. Although I will tell you this honestly, it is on my bucket list. I would love to go get my rotary wing license, my helicopter to fly helicopters. Um, but in Canada, it's like 30 grand. 30 grand to get your rotary wing. You can go get it. You can go get your single engine, like fixed wing, like your airplane, your pilot's license, for like half of that. 30,000 bucks to get your rotary wing. I dare you to smoke 2 cigars at the same time. Absolutely not. That's a waste of cigars. That's a waste of cigars. Smoke an East Coast fatty. Why? Are you an East Coast fatty? I know you're an East Coast. Are you a fatty? Come on, chubby. Do not just into OO until you learn trucking. And that's where I was going with that, guard dog. I am planning about joining the Navy in the future. God bless America. You know what? Um, all, I can't necessarily say God bless America because obviously I'm Canadian. But it's nice having the Americans as our southern border, like our big brother down there. You know, It's nice having the Americans down there. Not too many people are got the bright idea to fuck with Canada when you've got the United States in the basement. Foggy City likes turtles. Hey guys, Foggy City likes turtles. Destiny Breaker 19. You got to keep going with that, Destiny. Breaker 19. What? What are you looking for? Breaker 19. So you've broken the channel. We know you're there. What is it you want? You're looking for a 1036? You want to know my 20? Like, come on. Let's go, Destiny. Tell us what you want. Any way stations ahead? No. Actually, I'm very lucky. I-81 between Syracuse and the border, there are no weigh scales. There's 3 rest areas where they set up in there once in a while, and they do inspections, but they don't weigh you. So it doesn't matter. Like, I'm overweight, but I'm permitted for it. Like, I'm hauling fully loaded. I'm like the load I just dropped when I scaled in. Hold on. When I scaled into the plant down there fully loaded, I was 94,526 pounds. So, but I'm permitted for that. I've got special New York State permits to be driving around. On a tandem trailer, I can put as much as 99. I can be 99,000 pounds, and then on a triaxle, I can go up to 117,000 pounds, and then on a quad, I can go up to 100 and I think 151 or 152,000 pounds. I don't like to put 152,000 pounds on my truck and my drivetrain and my engine. Um, I just don't want my truck working that hard. But how can I show you what I drive? Hmm. Well, first of all, why don't you tell me what you drive? And from there, we can maybe imagine it. Sad but true, 99.9 of the people that jump into owner operator fail because of the learning curve. And it's all within the first 3 years, right? Most owner operators go from owner operator to broke, turning in their keys, plates, and losing their wife, dog, and house, all within the first 3 years. It's a significant jump. It's a significant jump. If you make it past the first 3 years and you make it into your fourth year, um, and then into the fifth year, it jumps even higher. I'm going to say jumps. I mean a success rate. It's got a dismal. I can't remember what it is. I used to have all these numbers when I was doing these videos for ET because we used to do this all the time. But that's a few years ago. But I think it was something like 60%. There was a 60% failure rate of owner operators in the first 3 years, but then the rate would jump up. Like the success rate would go up, and that would drop to like 35 to 40%, and then after you made the fifth year it would drop significantly even more, and like it would be a 20% failure rate. But you're absolutely right. And guard dog is absolutely right. It's the learning curve. 100% it's the learning curve. So running freight under a decent company is the best yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Hudson, what kind of truck do I got? I've got a 2020 Uh, Cascadia, Freightliner Cascadia. You're pulling 82 tons. Well, you're out pulling me, buddy. What's that? 164,000, 164,000, 165,000. Somebody just stole your medication. Jesus Christ. Where the hell are you? Maybe you've already said it, and the rest of the chat knows where you are, but sorry, I've been kind of busy driving a truck, so I kind of maybe I missed that, but where the hell are you? And wherever the hell you are, get out of there. 90-day pay sucks, but it's bigger company way of credit checking you. This can this guy float himself? That's the problem. Like that was one of the problems that we incurred, and this is before factoring was involved. Um, you know, terms of payment, right? Some of these companies they pay on 90 days. Do you have enough money to keep yourself afloat, till that comes in? right? Once they start coming in on after the first 90 days, they start coming in. But then on the other hand, if somebody screws you, you're screwed, right? If you go with a factoring company, the factoring company eats it and they go chasing after it. But if you're doing it on your own, if you lose it, you lose it. Tache, what are you saying? Old man? Are you saying old men give me a cigar? Here, here, you want one? You want one here? Come on. You got to come get it. I'm not sending it to you. But if you want to come in and sit down and enjoy a smoke with me, I'll be happy to sit and smoke with anybody. Dar had Sassy in her harness and lured the drama from her today. Oh, okay. You're saying Dar, you had Sassy. I think I'm heading to Alberta. Heard there is money up there running South Texas and Alberta. Any thoughts about Alberta? Mark, I'm all for it. All for it. Dar and I came that close. Okay, we came literally that close to going out to Alberta, because I had an in on the patch, and it was but I would have had to sell this truck, buy a new truck, another trailer, and it was going to be all oil patch, all hard running out of the patch. Um, a lot of it would be Texas, but it would be everywhere. But yeah, and then if I didn't do that, I was actually going to hot shot, because right now and I want you to think about this, Mark. Okay, the Alberta fracking and oil patch and all that shit up there, they are going nuts. They are breaking, and I mean literally breaking equipment at a record rate up there right now. Okay, they are paying hot shots stupid amount of money. Now, Mark, when I say stupid, I don't mean $2, $4, $5. We're talking 8, 10, $12 mile freight, right? They will literally say, I need you to go from like Fort McMurray down to Calgary, pick up this part, which is maybe 8 feet long, maybe 1,000 pounds, whatever. Pick up this machine part and bring it back here. We need it back here today. We'll give you 10,000 bucks. And that's just the way it, and that's a, and I'm looking at that. Like if we went to Alberta, I was looking at doing that, and because it would have kept me in Alberta and I'd have been home, right? We were looking at settling between Edmonton and Calgary, not Red Deer, but we were looking like at Sylvan Lake or some of the surrounding areas around Red Deer. I'm not living in fucking Red Deer, believe me. But dude, I want you to just seriously, if you're thinking of going out there and you're thinking of doing that, look at hot shotting. Okay. My brother was going to set me up. I didn't have to worry about a truck. He owns a Chrysler dealership, so I was going to have myself a nice little 1 ton dually trailer all set up. Everything's done, ready to go. I could have been killing it. We have decided uh, to put that on hold for at least 2 years. For at least 2 years. But damn, Mark, go take a look at it. Go take a look at it, man. Chris, you know what? To say something funny on the CB, you know what the only problem with that is? Nobody out here runs a CB. Like they all got them, but nobody turns them on anymore. Like guys my age, they they got their CBs on. Like my CB's on. I guarantee you, guard dog CB is probably on. Um, but the young guys these days, nobody talks on the CB. You know why? Because they've all got cell phones. They got cell phones and they got a headset. They don't need a CB. I don't know how many times nowadays I roll up on a construction zone or an accident. And back in the day, I'd have known about it fucking 20 minutes earlier. Nowadays, you roll up on it and you never even see it. The radio doesn't chirp once, not once. But I could sit and talk into this thing all day long. I could sit there and nobody would answer me. People would look at me like I was crazy. No, don't get me wrong. I'm half nuts doing this as long as I've been doing it and hanging out with some of the people that I hang out with. I am half nuts, but Well, Johnny, you're right. Now you say God bless America because of the business. As a Canadian truck driver and owner operator, there's not enough money to be made running back and forth across Canada, right? We can't do it. We don't have the population, right? There's only 37 million people in all of Canada. We don't have it. So truck drivers cannot make a good living. I require, or I am required to come into the US to make the money that I make, right? If it wasn't for that, I would probably hung this up years ago. How do I get my pilot session? You mean your pilot license? Um, Look it up, man. You can Google depending on where you live. There's 1,000 little private airports around. Most of them, at some point or another, will probably have some kind of school attached to them. You can check that out. America has to save the world. Respect. I'm not gonna say anything about that because I'll be honest with you, I don't agree. I'm in your basement. Dude, you're in my basement. Yeah, the American I when I said the Americans are in the basement, I didn't mean that you guys are literally in the basement. You know what I mean, right? Like Canada's up here on the map and the US is down here and Mexico, I guess you guys they'd be in the dirt. I don't fucking know. I am a Confederate American. There you go. Me too. I'm a better truck driver than you, old man. Maybe you are, dude. Maybe you are. One day, maybe we'll run into each other and we can find out. I got nothing to prove. I've done it all. I got nothing to prove to nobody. I don't even have anything to prove to myself. I'm out here now doing it because I love doing it, not because I got anything to prove to anybody. If you're a better truck driver than me, have at it, man. Good for you. Time for some chili. Oh, dude, I had that what Tuesday night. Didn't go well, John. Didn't go well. What does that mean to you? What is oh sorry, what does what mean to me? Did I'm maybe I don't know politics. Zach is cool. Hey, this is Zach again from your last live stream. You know what, Zach? You've been here twice, so let's do this. There you go, Zach. You got yourself a wrench. You hang out more than once, you come back. Again, do me a favor. There's 43 of yous in here and there's only 20 likes. I'm not asking you to subscribe to my channel. I appreciate it if you do. Don't get me wrong. I don't ask you, but I don't ask you to subscribe. But at least you could, the least you could do is at least hit that like button for me, would you? That's it. Kind of helps our algorithms. How much you getting from New Jersey to GTA? I asked for 2,400. They laughed at me in my dry van. Yeah. Um, well, we don't take. Okay. Well, when I'm coming out of Jersey, Mark, usually I'm pulling high value copper, right? So those loads going from uh, out of the port, right? I'm down in Newark. So out of the port in Newark, now they don't go to GTA. They go up to. Oh, I'm not going to tell. Just say the Ottawa Valley area, okay? Um, and those loads there are paying north of 24, but that's because of the claim value and because of the value of the freight. But I can tell you right now, all that pharmaceutical shit we pull out of fucking like Edison and all that kind of shit, 16, 1,800 bucks, man. If you see $2,000, it's because they're desperate. If you see 2,000 bucks out of Jersey, we make more money taking our shit into Jersey than we get coming out because nobody in Canada wants to run the East Coast. So we're actually paid really well to run, down the East Coast from like Ottawa, Montreal, and the area that we live. So we do okay that way. But coming back out, nah, nah. Everywhere overalls, hell yeah. I haven't worn them in a long time, but I used to wear overalls as a teen, and even into my 20s, I was wearing overalls. Loved them. But I think my wife, if I ever put on a set of overalls, I don't think it wouldn't be good because my wife would be laughing and she'd just continue laughing. I don't think Dar wants to see me in a pair of overalls. I wish my wife would leave. Can't get that lucky. What you wish your wife would leave and move out to Calgary or out to Alberta, or you just wish she'd fuck off and go? Whichever way makes you happy, you might be lucky. There you go. Beast One Freight Shaker. It's not a bad truck. It's not a bad truck. I do okay with it. I do okay with it. It's not a super expensive truck. They're fairly easy to fix. They're cheaper to fix. Their parts are readily available for them. Yeah, the Kenworths are, you know, comfier and they're like more Cadillac-ish, if you want to call it that. But dude, I do just fine. I do just fine driving a Cascadia. And you know what? I don't have a $3,000 a month truck payment. I don't have a 30. I don't have a $2,500 a month truck payment. My truck payment is in the basement. It's nice and low. Nightmare. You're in Indiana. Okay, South Bend. Well, I know exactly. I've been to South Bend. T21. What's good today? Hey man, how the hell are you, brother? I like how you're using your name again. That's good, Sean. That's really good. Can I see the truck's dashboard? Sure. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Let me do this. Hold on. There we go. There we go. I'll just cycle the key and let it. There we go. That's the dash cluster. And then there you go. Let me tell you, there's not a lot of bells and whistles to this. Although this is the owner operator spec truck. Um, but yeah, 2-4. You know the guys that are making the most money in Fort Mac right now? And you're not going to believe me when I tell you, but I swear to God, I'm telling you the truth. The water haulers. Those guys hauling water are the highest paid guys up there right now for truck drivers. Them and I think some of the fuel carrier, some of the fuel opera drivers. Why didn't you tell me I had wings? Dar, why didn't you tell me I had wings going on? Good Lord, woman. Look at that box of stogies. One day I'll get over to visit with you. Hey, Scott, anytime you want, man. Uh, Somebody fucking yelling at me? I haven't done nothing yet. Like, get over yourselves. Mark, that's why I was told pick up broken equipment into Laredo so they could fix it, but crazy money was offered. I work for this guy too. Yeah, you know what? He's telling you the truth. He's telling you the truth. Yeah, guard dog. That's kind of what Dar and I were thinking, right? That's kind of like when I'm ready to get out of this, right? When I'm done with doing this and that kind of shit, getting down and doing some of that hot shotting because you don't need to. I can take that on a load by load basis. There's no pressure when you get to that point. So Max, you're sitting there with your nuts out eating cheddar cheese. Well, let me tell you something. Don't And I say this from experience. Don't get any of that cheese dust on your nuts. Not unless your woman's sitting right there to help clean that up. But otherwise, don't get the cheese dust on your nuts. What kind of cheddar cheese you eating? I love cheddar cheese. I eat old, extra old white cheddar. Love it. Yellowknife is in Canada. Have you ever been there? Hooligan, I have not. I've never been to Yellowknife. And the terra I've been to all the provinces. If you look at a map and you look at all the provinces, I've been to all the provinces. Believe it or not, all the territories like Yukon, Nunavut, and whatever that other one is. I've not been to any of the territories. So I can no, I've never been to Yellowknife. But it's supposed to be. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's like Alaska, right? It's absolutely gorgeous up there. Do the thug shake, dude? I don't know what the thug shake is. Sorry. Is that only for owner operators in Alberta? No. No, you can live in Ontario. You can live. I don't know if you can be. Yeah, I don't think you can do it as an American, unless you were taking a U.S. freight up to Alberta and then doing some fracking, working for the fracking companies up there. Well, you're smelling much better, Britt. Thank God. Ultramarine, show street place. Show street place, dude. I'm in a truck stop. There's no streets here. That red over there is I-81. I'll show it to you if you really want to, but guard dog had a shower. Thanks, Jay. Appreciate that. Uh, Brooklyn Rainbow 7096. Hi. Can you speak every legacy? I think you were saying language. You know what, man? I have enough trouble fucking speaking English. So speaking other languages, although being a Canadian, and we have two official languages in Canada, right? We have English and French. I don't know enough French to even get me across the street. I really don't. I can say hello, goodbye. I can ask you like where's the bathroom, and I can order a drink. I can shit like that. The very basics in French. I can swear at you. I can tell you to go fuck yourself. I can do all of that, no problem. But to speak it, no, I can't. Um, I realistically, I probably should have paid a little more attention, but I really didn't give a shit about it. But English is pretty much the only other language I speak. Um, I've really had no use or no need to learn any other languages. Although Spanish, um, it's just my humble opinion, of course. Spanish is probably the sexiest language. Spanish is a very, 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 very sexy language in to my ear, right? Whenever Dar and I go down, like we're down to Cuba or we're down, like you go to the Dominican or wherever they speak Spanish, I can sit there and listen to a woman talk Spanish. She could be sitting there reciting a menu, and I'm just sitting there going, okay, that's sexy. Just the language itself. Just subscribe to your channel, Chris from Oklahoma. Man, appreciate that, Chris from Oklahoma. It's been a long time since I've been out that way. Unfortunately, the company I'm with, we are, if you pull vans, you're going to be running the East Coast, right? You're doing Jersey, Baltimore, like Maryland, like that. Some South Carolina on the coast, Pennsylvania, New York, all that kind of shit. If you're on flatbeds, then we do Wisconsin, Iowa, North South Dakota, Ohio, Illinois, uh, PA, and that kind of shit. They don't go much farther than Iowa. Like the odd time you'll go out of Iowa and you might dabble into Nebraska, but we used to though. Well, under the old ownership, we used to go everywhere. We'd be all over the place: Oklahoma, Texas, out to Seattle, like Washington, everywhere. So it's been a few years since I've been out and about, and now I've secured this. This is like a dedicated gig I've got here, doing what I do. And I'm gonna milk this fucker for as much as I can get out of it. I'm gonna milk this until the contract is done. It sucks sometimes because it's so boring, but I'm not giving this up for the world. Century Editor 7. Yo. Well, yo back at you. Shout me out, please. Century Editor 7. Okay. Shout you out. You're done. Shout it out. What's going down in the big town? I have eaten so many beans, I'm hovering. Oh, dude. I can't eat beans like that. I can't eat beans like that. When I start putting out that kind of gas, I get it hurts. Hit the like or he will start stripping. You don't want to see that. I promise you, you don't want to see me take this shirt off and start taking these clothes off. It will hurt you. It really will. Woo! Look who came in. Right on. Right on. Yeah, I know, eh? Reed, what up, wheel burner? Hope it was well. Hey, maybe I missed it, but I haven't heard you mention anything about doing heavy haul that you were talking about when you did the ice roads. Um, there's no heavy haul. Obviously, there's no ice roads this year. It didn't get cold enough, so we didn't do the ice roads this year. Um, and right now, I'm doing heavy haul. The stuff I'm doing right now is heavy haul. It's not oversized, but it's heavy. We're maxing. I'm doing ingots, aluminum ingots. So we're maxing out. I got two ingots on. Ingots are averaging, like I said, I'm maxing out somewhere around 94, 95, 96,000 pounds. It's not super heavy by any means, Reed. But it's heavy haul and it pays well. Like the contract we've got, it pays well because it's heavy. You got to be permitted to pull it. So we probably won't be doing the ice roads. Obviously, we're not doing them this year. We just never got the ground never froze, right? It never froze. So they couldn't get the base down, they couldn't get the road down, and then by the time the snow fell, you can dump all the snow you want, but if the ground underneath isn't frozen, it's no good. So unfortunately, there was no ice roads. Um, next year, next year. 21 saying hi to Dar. Andrew the Goat. Do you use Mudflap? Andrew, I can't use Mudflap as a Canadian. I try, right? I've applied for it, right? But when I put my information in, they don't accept it because the Mudflap doesn't recognize it. I tried using DIY Semi. He's got a channel, but he's also got his own fuel card. And I tried to apply for that. And I was talking to Adam about I can't get it. As soon as I start putting in all of my information, they won't take it. My DOT numbers, my MC number, my address, right? It's a Canadian address. So it starts throwing things for a loop. And then when you call, like you'll call like customer support and like they're like, I don't know what to tell you. Can't help you out. Don't know what to say. So I would love to use Mudflap, Andrew, because I've got friends of mine that all use it. Uh, WCF Invader, he uses it. Well, he uses DIY's card too, but he was using Mudflap. I know Fate Trucking. I think he's using Mudflap as well, along with DIY's card. I would love to, but unfortunately, Mr. Misunderstood. I'm so far behind in the comments. You've probably been here for 25 minutes, and I just don't know. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna no stick shift. Yeah, Doty, no stick shift. Sorry, no stick shift. You know what, Dodalina, one day, sweetheart, one day. Let me tell you, one day you're gonna get in my truck, and we're gonna go driving. You're gonna drive it, and you're gonna get into traffic. You're gonna be going through downtown Atlanta or downtown Chicago, or we're gonna run right through the middle of New York City. We're gonna cross the GW, and we're gonna run through the five boroughs, and we're gonna do it in an automatic. And you're gonna get out of this truck and go, never driving a manual again. I drove an 18 speed all my life. 18 speed manual until I got this. Man, I will never drive another manual ever, ever. You know, it's funny, Dar. I just thought about this. That asshole keeps creating accounts, but he has to be thanks for the sub, ass. He has to be subbed to the channel because he pops up when we're live, right? That's so cool. This guy hates me so much, he'll sub to my channel just and change. He's made like 20 different accounts and he hates my guts that much that he will create a new account every week just so he can put one line in here calling me an idiot or something and then get removed. Love it. Love it. My son is making bank like OTR with no expensive. That's the way you want to do it. I am allergic to cheddar cheese. Oh, I'm sorry, Nightmare. You and I can't be friends anymore. We'll be driving but listening. Thanks, Mark. Appreciate that. Chris G, would you slip seat your truck? Hell no. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Will not slip seat my truck. I would think if I found the right person, um, I might team it, but would I slip seat it? No. No, nobody else is driving it without me in it. You got to remember, like I was off for 3 months with my eyes, right, with my eye surgeries, and I tried like hell to get a driver in this truck for 3 months, and I couldn't get it. So that tells me a lot. It's probably best that you know what, nobody else drive your truck. G21. I met my wheel burner one night in Pennsylvania. The truck was very clean, no dirty mess. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's one thing we do not do here. We are not slobs. We have vacuums. We have dusting rags. We have Windex. Everything I can clean my entire truck with the cruise control on, going 60 miles. Everything's within arm's reach distance. This the only thing I can't clean in the truck while I'm driving is the floor, and that gets done every night. So Christopher Triplett, I'm in Anchorage, Alaska. Where are you, and what are you talking about? Chris, I'm in New York State. I'm about 22 miles or something from the Canadian border. And dude, we're just talking about anything. Talking about anything. You come up with an idea, you want to talk about it? Throw it out. We'll talk about it. King Ali, are you British? No, I am not British. I am Canadian. And that does not according to some other Englishman, Tyke. According to them, I am being Canadian. I am a territory, or no, I'm not English. We are not part of England. Um, my grandmother was imported from England after the war. My grandfather is from Nova Scotia. He was born in Canada. He's a Nova Scotian. He went to World War II. He went over to England. He knocked her up, brought her home. He married her, and so I've had an English grandmother, but that's about it. Do I have to switch my Ontario driver's license to Alberta license if I want to work for the summertime? I think you've got well, it used to be 90 days, but I think now you've only got 60 days. So yeah, yeah, you do. You will probably have to switch it to Alberta license if I want to work for the summer. I don't know. You know what, Eamon? That's a really good question. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. Honestly, I don't. I know that when we were talking about moving, I had 60 days when once we moved to Alberta, I had 60 days to transfer my class A to a class 1, which is what they run in Alberta. They do theirs for numbers, and Ontario everything's an alphabet. So I had 60 days to transfer my to an Alberta. But if you're just there for the summer, I don't know. Are you working for an Alberta company while you're out there? I don't know. Good money jobs up in Alaska. From what I understand, Christopher, that's true. Um, we get really good rates down here, excuse me, to take loads up to Alaska. The problem we've got is they're not quite good enough because there's nothing coming back out, right? There might be something coming back out going back to the US, but they don't want to truck it through Canada. Like they could truck it out of Alaska into Canada and then say back into say like Washington State or Montana or something like that. Um, so what they'll do is most of the shit coming back out of Alaska, they stick on a boat and they just take it around Canada. They don't go through it. So we have to make sure that our rate is good enough to know that you're going to be going uploaded, but you're going to be going at least, you know, 6, 7, 8, 900 miles empty. So it's one of those. If you're an American guy and you're up there, like GW Bowles is up there right now, and from what I understand, he's doing really well. But he doesn't leave the state of Alaska. He's just working in Alaska and doing that kind of shit. So he's doing all right. Um, I don't know. I can't go up there. The Hall Road from Fairbanks to sorry, the Hall Road from Fairbanks to the North Slope oil field. Is that what you're doing? If that's what you're doing, man, good for you. Good for you. Um, of course, I got all caught up years and years and years ago watching the Ice Road Truckers, watching those guys run the Hall Road and everything in the winter. Um, but it's one thing when you're watching it on TV, and then I did it myself for the very first time. We weren't in Alaska. We were in northern Ontario. When I say northern, I mean fucking northern. Um, when you see them doing it on TV, it's one thing, but when you're doing it yourself, it's a whole different story. You get a whole new respect for ice road trucking and for those guys, because in one winter season of ice road trucking, I learned more about myself as a as a man, as a fucking driver. Let me tell you something. It will push you to your limits and beyond of whatever your trucking abilities are. You will learn what your abilities are very quickly, and you will learn that you will probably have to surpass your own abilities to do the job. The ice road is a good way to make a living. There's a lot of guys that go up and do it, and then they can, if they get a good season, they only got to come and work another 2 or 3 months in the off season, like in the summer, and then they can take the rest of the year off. Ingots is a block of raw aluminum. Yeah, 2-4 raw aluminum. Um, they're the ones that I'm pulling because I'm on a tandem. So mine are only 8 feet wide, 16 feet long, and they're about two and a half. Well, they're sitting on blocks, so they're about 3 feet high off the deck. So yeah, and there's two on each. There's two on each load. Yep, ingots are blocks. Yeah, big ones, but they are. Hey, Slash of Guns N' Roses has a new blues album out. Great version of Howlin' Wolf's Killing Floor with Brian Johnson of AC/DC. I heard, I was listening to Sirius. I was actually listening to BB King's Blues channel this morning, and they were talking about it. Now, I don't know. I couldn't remember if they said that it was already out or if it was coming out. So if you're saying it's out, I'll definitely be downloading that all day long, all day long. Slash is one of those guys that he never has to open his mouth, obviously, because he doesn't do a lot of singing or at all. But he's one of those guys that from the first time he touches, first note that he licks on a guitar, you know it's him. And in my opinion, he's one of the best. I'd love to hear him do blues. Now, mind you, I did see a live recording of who was it? There was like I think five of them sitting on the stage. There was BB King, Buddy Guy, Slash, Bonnie Raitt. I can't remember if Clapton was on there or if Robert Cray. There was a couple of them. They were and Slash just just amazed them. Just amazed them with this blues style. So yeah, I would love to. Resident Jordy, Volvo Auto, life changing. No, I got a Cascadia Auto, 12-speed auto, and yeah, it is. It is life changing. Let me tell you, I love it. Love it. I don't know how many times I got to say that. Led Zeppelin, top five of greatest rock and roll bands of all time. They're in the top five, maybe even top three. He's been trolling 2 years now, Tornado. Yeah, yeah, Tornado. He is dedicated, man. I will give it to him. I'll give it to him. He's fucking dedicated. He's put out pictures of my house. He's put out my address. He's put out my MC numbers, my DOT numbers, my truck, my company. Oh, he's done it all. I got to hand it to him. He's dedicated. He's a dick, but he's dedicated. He's a dedicated dick. He needs to get laid, is what I think his problem is. He needs a piece of puss. Yeah, exactly. He's got, well, at least he's got a decent work ethic. You gotta give it to him. 2 years he's been working on me. How many years you been? 33, Chris. The ding dong sounds obsessed, Si. Give us a tour of your truck. Oh, really? Okay, just a minute. Let me finish my stove. Yeah, he's very obsessed with me, and we don't know who he is. I have a sneaking suspicion that he's somebody from my past that knows me, but I've challenged him on many times to come on my live. Like, come on the live, and I'll be quiet, and you can say whatever you want, but say it to my face. He won't. He won't say it to my face. So, eh. Hudson James, sup? What's going on, Hudson? We're just hanging out, smoking cigars, talking shit. We're not running anybody's dick into the dirt, but we're just talking shit. All the best to you and Dar. I'd love to stay, but I can't. Really good to see you out and about. Talk to you again. Hey Scott, thanks, man. Appreciate that. Good for you, Will Burner. That Inga deal seems like a damn good deal. Well, you know what, Reed? I'm gonna milk it. Like I said, um, eventually the contract. There's no end on it. There's no end time limit on it. But eventually it will dry up. But until then, um, let me tell you something right now. I will milk this. It's like I said, it's boring. I do 2 of these runs a day, so they go from where I pick them up in Brockville all the way down to Oswego. It's only 124 miles one way. So I do 2 rounders. I go down loaded, go back up empty, load again, go back down. Today I did 3, but that's because I didn't want to work tomorrow. But it's boring as hell. I tell you, it really is. The truck can do it by itself right now. I don't even need to drive it. But when you're making bank and you've been off for 3 months because of the eye surgeries I had to have, and my truck was parked for 3 months. Um, I'll take it. I'll be bored. No problem. Thank you very much. What's the best poutine flavor? Oh, dude, straight. You know, okay, here, Tornado. Don't fuck around with this. Do not fuck around with your poutine. Okay, cheese curds out of Quebec, like out of real true Quebec French cheese curds, a real beef gravy, and hand cut French fries, not frozen McCain's, anything like that. You get the potato, you put it in the thing, you mash it down, potatoes, and that's your poutine. Okay. You do not add lobster, chicken, beef, fucking. No, don't get me wrong. I have and I've tried it, but don't. Don't. Simon, you're calling me an unarmed American, or you're an unarmed American. Damn, you know what, son? Like, I'm in the US more than I'm in Canada. Well, actually doing ingots, no. Doing the job I'm doing now, no. But when I'm on the open board, right? I'm on the open board and I'm out and about running around like normal. I spend more days in the US than I do in Canada. I could probably qualify for some kind of citizenship of something because you guys get a lot of my money for road tax. I buy a lot of shit while I'm down here, right? You got to live. Um, hey, you guys should make me an honorary citizen. Ethan, do you go to war? Hurt my children or hurt my family? I'll kill you. I'll go to war. Invade my country? I'll defend my country just like any good American would. So you mess with my country, you try to do something like that. I'll defend my country. But do I go to war on a daily basis? Not anymore. Maybe in my mind sometimes, but not anymore. The only battles I fight out these days are what I find out on the road doing this job. For personal license, you have to do it ASAP. Okay, there you go. But if you're someone only going out there for the summer, I don't see that you need to change it. Rose, why are you smoking that? Is really bad. You know what, Rose, you're right. But like I said last week, somebody said the same thing last week. Rose, I'm a recovered drug addict, a cocaine and heroin addict. I'm a recovered alcoholic, so I don't drink. I don't do drugs. I don't have any expensive hobbies. I don't do anything that's out of the ordinary. So if I'm gonna have a cigar, and that's what I got going. That's what I got going. You got to throw a dog a bone once in a while. And smoking a stogie is my bone. Right on. Thanks for talking to me, dude. I'll talk to a lamppost. No problem talking to you. Let the man smoke. He already at the end. Thanks. Rose, why don't you focus on, you know what? She's just, people get concerned. They don't, smoking is one of those things. It is a shitty habit. I smoked cigarettes for all those years. I don't know. It's been 20 years since I stopped smoking cigarettes, but, or maybe not that long, but, I smoked cigarettes for all those years. Like I said, I was a drug addict and an alcoholic, and I had a pretty grim existence for a while. So if you know what, if the only crutch I've got right now is my cigars, you got to let it go. Christopher, I love a good cigar too. So do I. These are not top of the lines. These are HOH Hondurans. Good cigar. I got three. These are about 350 a piece. You know, I've got my good cigars. I've got good cigars. I like Chris. I like my personal taste. I like Rocky Patels. They're my favorite blend or favorite manufacturer of cigars. Rocky Patel, Alex Bradley's are the two favorite. But then I've got Monte Cristos. Criscos. I just said the same thing last week. I've got Monte Cristos at home. I got number twos. I don't have any Cohibas, but I don't smoke Cohibas because they're overpriced and they're overrated. People think they're the shit, but they're really not, and they're I guess it's a personal taste. Myself personally, I prefer the Honduran and the Nicaraguan cigars over the Cubans. They're making cigars now that are just as good, if not better, than the Cuban cigars. Same with the Dominicans. Like in the U.S. here, if you go into a cigar store and you buy a Monte Cristo number two, that's a Dominican. They're coming out of the Dominican, and they're very good. So the Dominicans are now making cigars that are probably as close to or on par as the Cubans. You and another Canadian were on James' show. He was in Women's Panties. Who was what and what channel? The guy was so funny. He was in Women's Panties. Dude, I've been on James's show a whole whack of times. I've been on his live a whole whack of times. And probably talked about women's panties just about every time. Yeah, it was probably. Oh, actually, it was. It was. Sorry, Dar just figured it out. That was when I'll Make You Uncomfortable when Robin was in there. Sign me up, Shannon. You want to come run ingots? Unfortunately, actually, I don't know. You know what? I was gonna say you'd have to run for our carrier, but maybe you wouldn't because Laser Transit out of New York here has been coming up to the rail yard, and they've been pulling them out of there as well because there's so much work. There's so much work. I don't know. I will inquire. I will make an inquiry about that. You'd have to have your passport. You remember the good old days. If you had a problem, you tell them to their face and not a computer. You know what, Rig Pig, I miss the old days. I miss the old days. And actually, it's something I'd like to instill in people today. Like, fuck this, device. It's a devices world today, right? Everything is it's a device. Um, back in the old days, man, you sit around. Here, I'll give you a perfect example, right? Like I'm in a truck stop. It's not freezing cold. It's nothing like back in the old days. You could look around and there'd be, two or three guys standing in front of this guy's truck over here. There'd be two or three over there. There'd be five or six guys standing out front the front door. All that kind of shit. None of it, And if somebody had something to say to me, right, say it to me. I'm not gonna punch your fucking lights out just because of something you say to me. If you say something to me, that's not enough to ensure yourself a beating. Put your hands on me, you're gonna have a problem, right? But by calling me names or saying I'm a toothless idiot or I'm a blind bastard or whatever the fuck else people want to say, I don't give a flying fuck, right? That's not gonna get me to the point where I'm gonna start throwing fists. It's not. But if you got any balls at all, or if you're a man, or or you're a not just a man, but if you're a person with character, if you've got character, say it to my face. I'll even try to work it out with you. And then if we don't work it out, you can go fuck off and sit in the corner and beat yourself up to death. I don't care. It just doesn't happen anymore. Poutine is good. Oh, Christopher, poutine is its own food group. Poutine isn't something you eat. It's a food group. It really is. Can't ever go wrong with cheese or gravy. Oh, dude, let me tell you something. If you can get the cheese curds, you have to get the cheese curds out of Quebec, and if you can't, get them out of Wisconsin. Right? Wisconsin is you guys like cheese, whatever you want to call it, Kappa, Epa, whatever, epicenter for cheese is Wisconsin. So if you can get cheese curds out of Wisconsin or out of Quebec, and like I said, and you don't peel your potatoes, you'll only wash them in cold water. And you run them through that French fry machine. You deep fry them. You make yourself your own beef gravy, and use bone marrow when you make it. Oh, it's so good. And that's how you make poutine. Excellent. Riley, we'll shout you out. How the hell are you, man? Thanks for popping in here. You know what? Thank God, Riley, you decided to come in because now I can continue the show. I can continue this and keep going because you got here. Thank God. Thanks for popping in, Riley. It's raining tacos. Live your life. Oh man, I love your name, dude. Or I'm sorry, I always go dude, but if you're a female, I was gonna say, dude, you just gave me a Woody, but I guess if you're a female, I guess that's inappropriate, eh? So, anyways, it's raining tacos. Love the handle, man. There was one other person that had a really good YouTube name. It was Banana Puss. Loved that, and then he changed it. So, it's raining tacos. Love it. Do me a favor, tacos. Hit the like button for me, would you? What are your preferences for cigars? I recently got into them and didn't realize how particular people were about cutting cigars and whatnot. Um, I cut. You can tell that I've had this one a long time, right? This is a this is a standard cutter, right? You cut. Look at the shit falling out of it. And again, look at the wear and tear. This one here always sat in my pocket right here. So it's always had change, and this one's been beat to shit. It's a standard cutter. Here's another variation on a standard cutter. It's just a cheaper version of it. This one here is a more precise cutter. Like this one here is very, very precise. So you pull it opens up, and then with the way it's like this, when you use this one and you're cutting your cigar, you don't have a whole lot of you have accuracy, but you're liable to have a miscut with one of these. With this here, you will cut it clean and cut it perfect every time because it's designed to sit in your hand like that. And then you sit there and you measure and you go, okay. You only want about a dime's width, maybe a nickel, but I usually go a dime's width. And look at that, you get a nice clean cut with that. Um, so for cutters, that's what we do. Myself personally, like I said, I prefer the Nicaraguans and Hondurans. Don't get me wrong. You throw a Cuban cigar at me, fuck, I'm gonna smoke it. It's not like I'm gonna say no, right? Oh no, I'm not smoking that Cuban cigar. No, no, keep that for yourself. But yeah, I got no problem. I got no problem with a lot of the different cigars. Now, I don't like you see a lot of the darker blends of cigars. I'm not one of those guys that likes the hard, harsh flavors, like the oaks or the dark woods or the musk or the there's so many different flavors. Like this cigar here has gone through two or three flavor changes since I've been smoking it. Um, I like the lighter flavors. Like you can get into some of the charred vanillas, like a lot of the creamier flavors, right? I myself personally, that's what I like. But it's a matter of Reed. It's just a matter of smoke them all, and then literally as you're smoking one, like go into the cigar store, tell the guy you're wherever you're going, you're getting a humidor. Tell the guy you're new to it and this is what you want to do. Get yourself like a blend. Get four or five different, all different. Get Upmans. Upmans are really good cigars as well. Um, H Upmans. Um, get four or five different cigars, like a whole different and smoke them. I don't mean sit down and lock yourself in a closet and smoke yourself out, but like over a couple of days, smoke a cigar a day, and whatever ones you like, write it down in a book. Okay, so this is a 5 by 52 Honduran, or it's a 6 by 50, whatever, and it's a Rocky Patel, and that's how you figure out what you like. And then you will be able, once you figure out, like say a manufacturer, like say let's just say you're a Monte Cristo guy. Okay, then you're going to smoke all the different blends of Monte Cristo. Me, I'm Rocky Patel, and he's got about, I think right now he's got about 7 different blends out. He's got an 8-year blend, an 8, a 10, a 15, an 18 year, and a 24. And then he's got a couple other, like just different blends of cigars and different sizes and ring sizes and lengths. And I love Rocky Patel's. I don't think he's got one that I don't like. Same with Alec Bradley, but Alec Bradley's got a couple that are a little harsher. I smoked them, tried them, don't like them, but that's okay. I still like Alec Bradley. Saying hi, thank you, and yes, I have it. Resident Georgie. Sorry, man. I drive my own truck here in the USA, pulling chemical tanker. I love having bipolar. Not. I just got kicked out of the library for my bipolar. Fuck. Oh my god. Am I gonna have to fucking drive all the way over there, fucking pick you up, fucking and take you somewhere? There's my boy. Like I said, I'm behind in the comments. He's probably been here for 20 minutes. There's my boy from England I was talking about, right? There's my boy from England, Robert. That was a pretty creative, spunky little live you had there the other day, eh? I was in there for a little bit, but then I had to go to bed. But yeah, I think you did everything but try to pick up Dar and steal her from me, dude. I'm glad. Let me put it this way, Robert. I was quite pleased when I woke up and she was still here. I thought for sure you were coming for her, bud. Robert's your bar steward. Uh, Nomadic Brit, like UK ADR, I drive here, but only when I got fuel trucks on my trailer. Got fuel trucks on my trailer. Okay. Oi, hooligan. Okay, everybody's saying hi to Tyke. Southern bastard, northern bastard. Yeah, these two go through it every single fucking time. It doesn't matter whose live you're on. The southern and northern bastards are gonna. I'm too young for cigars, dude. You're never too young for a cigar. Never too young for a cigar. I thought Monte Cristo was a sandwich. It is a sandwich. They're horrible sandwiches. Damn good cigars, but they're horrible sandwiches. Oh, Brian, resident Jordy is Brit too. Oh, my apologies, Jordy. Oh man, I feel stupid. It passed. I don't feel stupid anymore. Have you ever have you ever tightened your fifth wheel? Um, the one I've got right now can't be adjusted. And if you've got what's it called, a Yoast, they're self-adjusting. You can't. Um, but What's the one that starts with M? There's one that you can adjust with the nut, the adjustable nut, where you can actually do the adjustment yourself. I've never done it. I've stood there watching while while my mechanic had done the adjustment. I had a little bit too much play, and I knew exactly what it was, and he adjusted it. But the one on my truck right now can't be adjusted, and the Yoast, you can't adjust a Yoast, or you I can't now. I don't think. Anybody know why they called it a fifth wheel? Because technically, would it not be the 11th wheel, right? The 11th wheel. There's 10 wheels on my truck, right? If I don't have a trailer, there's 10 wheels, 8 drives, 2 steers. That's 10. So the fifth wheel should technically be the 11th wheel. Geordies are from Sunderland. Okay. You see, I know, I don't know that, but I've heard Geordies. Or I mean Newcastle, whatever. Fucking Geordies are Geordies. Resident Geordie Mackums. Newcastle Brown. Oh, you guys are going to talk about your disgusting beer. Goddamn English beer. It's high alcohol content, but fuck, is it terrible. Now, of course, you're talking to a guy that hasn't had a beer in 31 years, right? Actually, what's today? The 15th. Today's March 15th. My my clean and sober date is actually March 21st. Sorry, I got something in my eye. I've been clean and sober, like drug and alcohol free, since March 21st of 1993. So I can't even tell you what a beer tastes like. Been so long. I could probably get high if I sniffed the cap, though. It has bolts. Hold on, Mark? Are you talking about tightening it down to the plate, like down to the truck, or are you talking about your jaws where you can adjust? Because there should be one big bolt at the very top, at the very top of your fifth wheel, right? There should be. That's where you adjust your fifth wheel on those. Um, and don't fuck with it, because if you back it out too much or you fuck it up, you'll be fucked, because when you see them doing the adjustment, they've got the tool in the fifth wheel and the jaws are closed, and then they make the adjustment. So don't fuck around with that unless you've got the tool to do it. Don't knock the Bruin. back, back up. I have started to see how human people actually are, as opposed to what, non-human people. Non-human people. Look at, I try to find for the most part, I'd like to think, and this is just my own perspective, but I'd like to think that I try to see the better or the best in most people. There are some people out there, though, that make it goddamn hard, right? To see the best in them. Or when you do your best to try to help them and it's just like nothing is good enough, right? Nothing is enough. Everything you do to help them, they've got a reason why it won't work or why it's not good enough. That I get frustrated with. But I try if I can. Um, Disgusting. I live Scotland. I'm on the tenants. You live in Scotland. Okay, so that means you run around in skirts with no underwear. I can tell you what vodka tastes like. I can drink half a pint of vodka in 5 minutes. Well, I didn't drink a whole lot of vodka. I was never a vodka drinker. I drank bourbon. I was a bourbon drinker, a sour mash bourbon. And that's what I drank. I drank it straight, no mix, nothing, just bottle or out of a glass. But vodka, vodka was one of those drinks that you had to add something to. You had to add orange juice to it, or fucking something to it, or you couldn't. I couldn't drink it straight. And for me, being an alcoholic, to add something to alcohol to me, that was, in my mind, that was alcohol abuse, right? You don't add anything to your alcohol. You drink the alcohol. Give me the fucking alcohol. I know what to do with that. You drink vodka straight. Ugh. Well, at least you can get absolutely shit-faced hammered. Nobody will smell it on you. That's the one good thing about vodka, right? It doesn't. It supposedly it doesn't smell. I don't know. I knew that if after I drank a 40 ouncer of Jim Beam, did did a quarter ounce of Coke, and then smoked a joint, you knew exactly what I'd been doing all night or all weekend. That and the fact that I hadn't slept. I don't miss those days. Let me tell you that. I don't miss those days. I wouldn't trade I would not trade my best day then for my worst day now. I absolutely would not do it. You know, I'm quite content with the way my life has turned out and the way my life continues to turn out. So I'm good with this. Sit and smoke a cigar. I'll watch you guys get shit faced plastered until you're blue in the face. I'll even drive yous all fucking home because who's gonna drive you home? But I ain't partaking in it. I ain't partaking in it. It's good to let things air out. You're telling me. I don't get burning feeling when down my throat when I drink it. I never got a burning feeling as like when I drank either. Like if I drank, I would drink rum. I could drink rum straight, but like I said, it was mostly bourbon, and I never had a problem. I could chug bourbon, and it never burnt my throat. It's definitely pretty obvious when you have a Coke hangover the next day. I never had a Coke hangover. I never allowed myself to. I'd run in 4 day stretches, right? So I'd wire up probably like Wednesday, Thursday, and then run, say Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then I'd have to start coming down, but I never allowed myself to crash. The whole time I was wired, I'd always be drinking, but on the way down, I used hash to limit my crash. I would still come down hard, but not as hard as a lot of guys did. Um, but I always had a plan and a backup plan and a backup plan always when it came to that shit. And very rarely did I have a hangover, whether it been booze or drugs. And fucking, I almost envy some of you guys when you black out. I never blacked out. Never once in my entire life did I ever black out. And I envy you guys because that means like I remember every low down, shitty, dirty, rotten fucking thing I ever did in my entire life under the influence of drugs and alcohol. I remember everything. And that sucks. Trust me, that sucks. Actually, it was kind of helpful when it came time to make some amends, but god damn it. I never once had somebody say to me, "Hey, do you know what you did last night?" I was like, "Fuck yeah, I know what I did." Here, hold my beer. I'll go do it again. You were in the Scottish Newcastle Brewery up in Glasgow, and a local pisshead walked in the yard, jumped on a fork, and fucked off down the road with a pallet of Tennent's beer. That's genius. Watermelon Gato. As a 14-year-old, why am I even here? You know what? You probably shouldn't be. I wouldn't endorse my channel to a 14-year-old. So if you're still here, probably shouldn't be. If you're not here, then you made a wise choice. I am Indian, Irish, and Italian. That's a good mix. Glasgow, where the Scottish kiss was invented. Why don't Jamaican men eat pum pum? Trini men don't eat pum pum either. And Barbadian men don't eat pum pum. It's funny, a person gave me a pack of cigarettes and now someone gave me a lighter. You know what? Go out and buy a lottery ticket. Take your $2 and buy a lottery ticket. Oi, what's going on in here? Do I hear fifth wheels? Yeah, IH Mark Ely's got a fifth wheel that needs adjustment. I told him not to touch it until he can get it to a shop. because if he starts fucking around with it while he's got a trailer on it and he fucks it up, he's going to be screwed. It's better that he get the trailer off it and get the actual device that goes in and locks the jaws and then makes the adjustment then or gets somebody else to do it. So I'm not a mechanic like you are, but hopefully that's the best advice I could give him. Holland, no, that's what he's asking. Is it a Holland wheel? Say the N word. Are you out of your fucking mind? Give your head a shake. What are you high? Say the N word. I got black people in my family, for Christ's sake. I got black cousins. Give your head a shake. Why would anybody? Why do you feel the need to use that word? Somebody take care of that, would you? Thanks, Dar. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. That, ladies and gentlemen, was ignorance at its finest. That was ignorance at its finest. Remember, I said to you guys, and I was talking to Shannon about it as well, but I said it last week as well. I've seen the greatest things. I've seen the best that humanity has to offer, and I've seen the worst that it has to offer. It's shit like that. It's shit like that. Comes into a chat that he doesn't know anybody. He doesn't know the host. He doesn't. He does. We don't know who he is, and he says a fucking stupid thing like that. When you go to bed at night, do you fucking think that shit up? There you go, flatbetter. That's a bad word there. Bad word. It's okay. Nobody. Well, you can't. You guys can't delete him. He's got a wrench anyway. That's a bad word. He's a bad man. Not really. That's an area of YouTube though that we don't play in. Our channel doesn't play in. There's nothing in it for me. In order for you to be a part of my life, you have to bring something. I don't mean that I'm mooching off of you, but you have to enrich my life in some way for you to be a part of my life. Otherwise, why do I have you? Right? Why would I keep you around me if you're just negative and you've got nothing to offer? It kind of goes back to what I was saying about a couple hours ago about, you know, it's easier to tear a person down than it is to build them back up. So, what have you done to help build somebody up? Our YouTube community is a huge fucking example of that, right? There's a lot of people out there that are just as happy to fucking light the world on fire and watch it burn. When you know what, they'd probably do a whole lot better off if they were helping people out. I got my back window of my car burst out driving on the M8 Glasgow going to Garage cultural thing. Thanks, G. I'm rural. We had a dog called, I don't have a clue what the hell you called it, named after Guy Gibson, black Labrador dog from the dumpsters. It wasn't a bad word to us back then when it was our dog. Bring something to the table. Right, Dar. Right. If you want to be in my life, you got to bring something to the table. And I'm going to assume that if I'm in somebody's life, that there's something that I'm bringing to the table. It's as simple as that. If all you're going to do is criticize and nag or put me down, or why do I want you around? Why do I want you around? Now, does that mean that I'm perfect or I'm better than anybody else? Hell no. Guys, I have more defects of character than anybody in the world that I know. Yeah, I swear, I curse, whatever. If you're a or a religious person and you don't believe in taking the Lord's name in vain, that's fine. But I do. Um, I got a lot of there's a lot of things, but I'd like to think that there's certain things about me that I have that somebody's going to find attractive, and they're gonna want friendship, and that's what I look for in people. Right? That's what I look for in people. And luckily for me, I've got some very, very, very good people in my life, right? That, I'd never have to ask for it. They just bring it, right? They just bring it. Bruce Dickinson of Iron Maiden has a new Iron Maiden has a new solo album out. I don't know. Have you heard it, Hooligan? I kind of like. Don't get me wrong. I love Bruce Dickinson, um, but I kind of like the Maiden sound. You know, back in those days, right? The sound, like for that era when those bands were all coming out, like Maiden, you knew it was Maiden from the first note. Priest, right? Judas Priest, like all of that. I don't know if Bruce Dickinson. I don't know if he can pull it off without Maiden backing him up. It's their own insecurities. Jordy, I agree. I agree. I'm an idiot. I just burned my hair on a cigarette. Oh, don't feel bad, sweetheart. Look at this. See that? I've burned. Look at that loop in there. That was burning, lighting my cigar. I've burnt an eyebrow off. I've burnt the lip off, the hair off my lip. Your hair? Ah, that's nothing, Junior. Sit down. Sit down and relax. I got that beat. I got that beat. Coal burner, what up? Hey, Dave. Just sitting here having a smoke. If I didn't know better, I think there was a lump in there. A lump of something in there. In 1984, I saw Iron Maiden with Priest, my first concert. Simply awesome. That'd be mind blowing. In 1984, I'd have been 16, 16, 16 or 17, 16. Yeah, 16. I was born in 69. So yeah, I would have loved to have seen that. The best heavy metal concert, like all out balls to the wall metal concert I ever saw was when GNR and Metallica toured in the late 90s. That was the one where what's his face's hair caught fire. Um, but it was a hell of a show. I saw them in Calgary at the Saddle Dome. And what they did is they did 2 nights. One night Metallica opened for GNR, and then the next night GNR opened for Metallica. So I saw them at the Saddle Dome, and then we all piled in the cars and we went up to Edmonton because they were up there 2 days later. So we saw them again up in Edmonton, and then I went back to Calgary, but then all the boys they fucked off out of there and they went over to fucking Regina. Like they went over a whole, a whole province over to Regina and saw him a third time. I didn't catch the third show. Hey, Scruff, just heading to Delta from Florida. Nice. That's a nice run. That's a nice run. Those are good miles. Pray for my grandma. She's been sick for 4 years, 4 years straight now. Well, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that. Believe it or not, I just lost my grandmother 6 days, 6 or 7 days ago. My grandmother, yeah, 6 days ago. 6 days ago, we lost her. Um, she had been ill for quite a while as well. It was almost merciful when she passed away. Bruce Dickinson's solo song, "Rain on the Graves" is pretty good, but Maiden's writing on the wall is awesome. Yeah, yeah. I was 20 in 1984. I was 16. 16, baby. First concert I seen was Maiden, Twisted Sister, Halifax, 1984. You know what? I never saw Twisted Sister. I've seen Maiden, and I've seen Priest, not together. I never saw D. Snyder and the Boys. I never saw it. La, and I can't believe like they're gods in Europe, eh? You go to Europe and you say fucking Twisted Sister, like they're absolute fucking rock gods over there. Absolute rock gods. Robert, you old git. Yeah, he's getting old, eh? Judas Priest has a new album out, Invincible Shield. What the fuck are you? Like, are you the guru of music here? Or you should be working as a promoter, dude. Hooligan, you should be you should be working as a promoter, bro. You should be up. You know all this shit. Like, how do you like? Even I don't know all this shit, and I stay somewhat up on music, but especially with the older bands. You're thinking of James Hetfield gets set on fire from pyrotechnics. Yeah, that's what I was saying. But I saw before the show. I saw it before that show. That would suck, eh? Hair like that. I saw that tour, Foxborough, Mass. You remember when MTV did Headbangers Ball? Great shows in the 80s and 90s. Twist Sister and a bar in Long Island. In a bar in Long Island, yeah. Good thing about Toronto. Toronto is one of those cities that a lot of the bands they used to use to tune up before they went out on tour. So Crew, Motley Crue, the Stones, GNR. There was a whole whack of them back in the 80s that when they were announcing a new tour for 4 weeks, they'd be in Toronto and they'd be playing all the little. I'm not saying little clubs. They weren't clubs. They were rock and roll bars, but they were big, and you could see like I saw a whole whack of guys back in the day at the small bars. You never knew. You'd walk in and boom, they'd come on and play. Saw Motorhead in Leeds in '82, got whipped in the face with headbangers thrashing long hair everywhere. Ah, quit your bitching. Fuck, you're just jealous because you can't grow hair. You lie. There's nothing good about GTA. Oh, I hate the GTA. I hate it. Dude, every time I have to go through the GTA, all I can think about is the money I'm losing. The dollar signs. That's all I can think about. I hate the GTA. Honestly. If if it wasn't so damn expensive, Dave, I'd get the pass, the 407 pass, and go around it and take the 407. But it's like fucking like $90 to go what 30, not even 30 miles. It's almost worth it, really. It really is. It's almost worth it, but I don't know. I don't know. I hate Toronto that much. I really do. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't hate it as much now that I drive an automatic truck. Don't hate it that much, but fuck, all those years driving a fucking manual going through cities, no more. Music is a big part of my life. It is for me as well. Although I find myself being drawn back to the older days. So maybe that's why I'm not as current on the music of today. It's not to say that I don't like a lot of the music today. I do, but for something I don't know what it is. It just I'm drawn back to you know unless we're talking I guess unless we're talking about blues, right? Because there are some of the like we were talking about this last week, right? There are some blues guys now. The torch has been passed. You know, all the big boys are dead with the exception of Buddy Guy and Eric Clapton. Um, so the torch has been passed. You got Gary Clark Jr., Joe Bonamassa. Joe Bonamassa right now is the boss of the blues. He's the absolute boss. April 1st, your dollars will be flying even more. Yeah. Oh Jesus, don't hurt me. I remember the hell when we worked at ET. Oh yeah. Well, yeah, because they put the fucking terminal right in the middle of it all, right? You had to go up and down the 400 and to get on, and then on the 401, and you're right by the airport. Yeah, that sucked. Music helped me in my life. I used to be a selective mute. I've never been a mute. Believe me, I have always been a big mouth, a motor mouth, a yappy mouth. I've always been a talker. Uh, and I've always been music has always been a big part of my life as well. More carbon tax. Yeah, I know. I know exactly what you're talking about. carbon tax. It's not like we complain enough about the price of fuel now. Yeah, just wait, eh? Just wait. And what I don't get, I sorry guys, I'm just getting a drink. What I don't get, IH, is Polyev is going to come in. You know he's going to win, and he's going to have to axe all of this. Literally, it's going to take him fucking like years to undo all of this shit that this doughhead has done. You got her fixed, Mark? That's what we're here for, boy. That's what we're here for. Glad it worked out. You know what? That's enough of this shit. Fuck you. There's nothing worse than a stubborn cigar. You know what? I'm more stubborn. I won. Cigar got thrown out the fucking window. God damn it. Nothing worse than a stubborn cigar. The only thing worse than a stubborn cigar is a stubborn fucking woman. And I got a house full of those too. I'm married to one, and I got 6 others running around as well. Damn. Damn, I say. Saw Kiss in Donington in '94. I am old. I saw Kiss 4 years ago, 3 years ago in Toronto. Um, Motley Crue opened for them. Motley Crue opened for them, and I'm sad to say they blew them off the stage. Crue took the show. Absolutely fucking buried. When Gene Simmons comes out, he does it to the well. They're not really touring anymore, but they start the show. The pyro would go off, the song would start, and you'd hear Gene Simmons yell, "You wanted the best, you got the best," and that's how they opened every single show. And let me tell you, no, maybe back in the '70s and in the '80s, no, sorry, I was disappointed. Tommy Lee and Vince and the boys buried them. Absolutely fucking buried them. If I was Kiss, I wouldn't even come out. I wouldn't. I wouldn't even have come out. I'd have fucking just stayed in the back and ate my M&Ms. And then about 3 months later, I saw Crue by themselves, and they did a bigger show. I love what Tommy Lee does with the what he always finds the big titted girl out in the crowd and puts her in the drum kit on the back of his drum kit, and then they do the roller coaster thing and goes around. They hold her upside down. Of course, her shirt falls open and the big boobs fall out. I fucking love that. I love that. Like, tell me that's total Tommy Lee right there. Total Tommy Lee all day long. Vince's voice wasn't actually all that bad either. He can't hit the high notes, not like Bruce Dickinson still can, but it wasn't bad. There we go. There we go. Mm. Howdy from North Frackalaka. There we go. Mr. Bees. Mr. Bees, I am absolutely obsessed with this girl on YouTube that does the bees. And I keep forgetting her name. I keep forgetting her goddamn name. And I keep meaning to subscribe to her channel, but I'm absolutely obsessed where she does the bee rescues. You mentioned her name a couple of weeks ago when I said that. What the hell's her name? Really, really, really good looking blonde girl. She never puts on the suit. She's excellent. She's really, really, really good at what she does. I don't know how many millions of bees she's saved, but I'm absolutely obsessed with watching her. She'll go in and save a hive, get the queen, put it in the clip, put it in the new hive. Then they watch all the bees march across over. It's like, I don't know. It's like, I don't know. It's like crack. I can't stop watching it. Thanks for popping in here. I saw Kiss in October in Cincinnati. Man, memories. Ah, I'd say memories. I was as a teenager, I was part of the Kiss Army. You know, you had signed up for the membership, and you got all the shit. You got the poster, and then you got the thing, and you got what else? You got like a decal, and then you got I can't remember. You get a whole whack of fucking stuff. And then and I also remember that my brother was actually a bigger Kiss fan than me, and my my brother had like, and this would have been late '80s. So all he had every album, right? He had every album from Kiss's beginning up until the late '80s or mid '80s. And him and my dad got in a fucking piss up fight one night. And my dad took the whole stack of albums, every Kiss album my brother had, and he fucking broke them over his knee. Wow. I know it. I'm amazed. I'm amazed my father lived that long. I'm amazed my father's lived to the age that he is. Really. The Clean Girl? Is that her name? Jensen? The Clean Girl is her name? I don't know. Nightmare. I remember my teacher always said I can either be an artist, become an artist, or join a band. I feel my teacher had has too much high hopes for me. Well, hey, my teachers and professors said I'd never make anything of my life just sitting there looking out the window all day. Nailed it. Nailed it. Do I listen to country music? I don't listen to new country. Unfortunately, I am very prejudiced about country music. My country music roots go back to my grandfather, both my grandfathers. So I listen to, when I listen to country music, I listen to Merle, Waylon, Willie, Hank Sr., Hank Snow, Ernest Tubb, Loretta, Conway, like all of the 60s, 70s, and maybe early 80s country. That's about as far as I can get into it. Because then Travis Tritt and Garth Brooks and all of them blew the fuck up, and it almost got too popish. And now when I listen to country today, there's no country in it, right? It's country rock, it's country this, it's country hip hop, it's country. Nah, I can't listen to it. Um, if it's on the radio or something, and somebody it's we're sitting out back and somebody else has it playing, right? I'll listen to it, but do I enjoy it? Not really. The closest thing to country rock that I'll listen to on the country genre would be Hank Jr. Right? Hank Jr. does country rock, but he does country blues. He does country fucking everything. That guy. I listen to everything if it's good. Well, you're one step ahead of me. I'm almost there, hooligan, but I won't listen to like the new century country that's out right now. No. It was basically a karaoke night. Paul sounded like crap. Yeah, exactly. Well, he was one for me as well. And the Eric Carr couldn't get his shit together. It's almost like the whole band was playing, but they weren't in tempo. Like they weren't all on the same. I think the only one that actually kept the boom 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 was Gene on the bass. Other than that, it just didn't sound right. She goes under Texas B Works. Thank you. Thank you. Megan Lopez. Hi. Hi, Megan. How are you? How are you? Thanks for stopping in, Megan. Appreciate that. What year was your dad born in? My dad was born in 45. So that would make him 70 what, 8 right now? 78, 77, 78, something like that. I don't know. I don't talk to him. I have nothing to do with him. I couldn't tell you how he's doing, what he's doing, where he's doing it. Fuck, don't know, don't care. I was always singing in class. Nightmare, that was me. I was always singing. I'm always singing now. I love to sing. Um, although I had to have all my teeth removed and I don't sing anymore. Once I get teeth put back in, I will probably start singing again. But since the teeth came out, um, no, I don't like the sound of I don't like the sound of my voice, and I don't like the way it sounds. Like when I'm in the truck by myself and I got the windows down, the music on, yeah, I'm singing my ass off because nobody can hear it. But I used to I used to enjoy singing around the house to my wife and to my kids and my and all that like that. Now I don't do it. Now I don't do it. Oh, Mr. Beast put the link in there. Appreciate that, Mr. Beast. Thank you very much. I have an unknown health condition. Wonderful. Sarcastic. I like all the old stuff from Bob Wills to Merle, but I do like Steve. I love Steve Earle. You know what though, Robert? Steve Earle was the man for a while, right? When he blew out Copperhead Road, it took the world by fucking storm. But do you want to know something honestly? Where Steve Earle is he's a premier record producer right now, right? He's a fantastic. If you look on a lot of like the country music albums and some of the lighter rock albums, you're going to see Steve Earle's name all over them. He's in the studio producing and scoring and all that kind of shit with a lot of bands these days. He's made more money in the studio than he ever did recording his own music. I hate having unknown health condition. Well, if it's an unknown health condition, how do you know about it? No good and rich. Oh fuck, Jordy. Okay, taking his rent. Jordy, one more comment like that, we're taking your wrench away and you won't be blue anymore. Okay? No talk, no more talking like that. What's that? Save a horse and ride save a horse and ride Brian. That's what I think they meant. They just used cowboy. He's 79 today. Actually, yeah, is it today? 15th, March 15th. Yeah, he's 79 today. Oh, like I said, how my brother and I allowed him to live so long is beyond me. He doesn't know how lucky he is. Let me tell you. The only saving grace that he had in his life is the fact that he was a Toronto cop and he was always armed. Steve Earle did his best while he was high. I didn't know that. Mind you, you know what? A lot of us did our best work while we while we were high. Garth Brooks, some songs like "Cold Shoulder" and "Friends in Low Places." No, don't get me wrong. Garth Brooks has a few songs. He's actually got a couple of ballads that I really enjoy. But I wouldn't go out and like download an entire Garth Brooks library. And I do know that he puts on one hell of a live show. Like if you go see him live, he makes sure you get your money's worth. Um, Casey Musgrave, new female country singer, is really good. I recommend her. Okay, I'll think about it. I have to get over my prejudice. Everyone have a great weekend. Later, Jordy. Thanks for stopping in. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate that. What time is it there? It's 11 o'clock there. Yeah, it's probably past your bedtime. You're probably as old as fuck, and you need to get to bed. You make sure you take your drink your glass of warm milk, have your last smoke, and go to bed, Jordy. I'm just fucking with you, man. Thank you for coming in. Steve Earle went to prison for a while. That's what happened to his career. After that, he had to rebuild it. Yeah, but he rebuilt it in the studio, hooligan. He didn't go back. Now, mind you, he's back out on the road, and I think didn't he release an album like within the last couple of years? Right? Didn't he release an album in the last couple of years? So, but he did. He ran into some hard time, but when he came out, he went into the studio and he started producing and writing for just about everybody else, and that's what he's been doing. Steve 075, 10-hour break. No, dude, I'm shut down for the day. I'm shut down for the night. I am. I'll be pulling out of here probably about 4:30 tomorrow morning. 4:30, 5 o'clock. I've been awake since midnight last night. Actually, 12:30. My alarm went off. So I ran hard today. I ran 12:30 last night all the way through. Delivered my last load 166. Well, we've been live 165 minutes, so 175 minutes ago I delivered my last load. So I'm tired. I'm tired. Gonna be sleeping in a parking garage with my suitcase as my bed. At least I got blankets. Well, thank God you got blankets. Parking garage out there. I don't know. It's I don't know about anybody else. It's kind of hard to listen to that from a 21-year-old girl. My kids are that my I have kids that age. My youngest kids are in that area. It's hard to sit there and think about one of my kids fucking going to bed tonight in a fucking parking garage. What time is it? 17:09. It's only fucking 9 o'clock. I thought you guys were no, you guys aren't 6 hours ahead, are you? You're only 5 or 4? 5. Nightmare, you're only 21 years old. And I say only, and I don't mean that disrespectfully, but in a sense, you are only 21 years old. Life is not always going to be like this. It's not always going to be like this. And regardless of where you come from or what you're doing or where you're going in your life, there is another way to live. Either you haven't found it yet, it hasn't been presented to you yet, or you're not ready for it yet. And I don't say you're not ready for it yet. Again, I don't say that hurtfully, but maybe you're just not ready for it yet. I'm sorry that you're actually having to go through this at your age. Um, I can honestly tell you that I do know how that feels. Um, I've been homeless. I, I have. I've been homeless. I know how that feels. I know what you're feeling, and it is hard, and it's easy when you're already desperate. It's easy to see the shortcomings of life. Nothing's going to change. But just remember this: nothing changes if nothing changes. Nothing in your life is going to change, and nothing's going to get better unless you take the first step. Now, I know that sucks to hear because taking the first step is always the hardest thing to do, whether it be with recovery or a life change or whatever. But and this is just honest advice, and you may not want to hear it, but too fucking bad. Um, Nothing's going to change in your life if nothing changes. And in order for the first thing to change, it has to be done by you. It can't be done by me or a bunch of people in a chat. We could probably all get together and throw a cash app together and throw a shit ton of money at you, and that's not going to solve your fucking problem. You know, you need to figure out the problem. And in my case, the problem was me. And once I had figured out that I was the problem, then I could figure out what the solution was. I'm not saying that you are your own problem, but there's a chance you are. So just think about that, and just think that it's not always going to be like this. Life will get better. Life will get easier. But life ain't going to give you nothing for free. It's not giving me a goddamn thing for free. Every single goddamn thing I've got in my life, I had to go out and get. I've had some good people help me and assist me. And every once in a while, they've given me a hand up. You're not a hand out, but a hand up. I've had some good people in my life, in all my life. Um, and you will eventually get there as well. But it this is not by any means the worst thing that could be happening to you. There are other scenarios and other situations that could be worse. It could be you're sleeping tonight in a parking garage with your suitcase. It could be worse. Don't ask me to sit there and go, oh, yeah, well, how could it be worse? Because the things that come to my mind that could be worse are fucking horrible. So, sweetheart, I'm very sorry that you're living the way you're living and you're in a position that you are. But I've just given you probably the best advice I can give you. Nothing changes if nothing changes. You have to make the first change and take the first step. And more than anything in the world, and I speak again from personal fucking experience, whether it be my life or been my recovery, you gotta fucking want it. And I don't mean you gotta want it like, oh, I want a cigarette. You gotta want it like you want fucking air to breathe. You gotta want it like you want something fucking to eat to live. That's how bad you gotta want it. Because if it's just given to you and it's easy, nothing will change. People just carry on living the way they're living. But if you got something and you want to get out of it and you want it so goddamn bad you can fucking taste it, that's when things will start changing for you. So there you go. And you know what? Every time we go live here, come on back. Come on back. Because if you can't love yourself, we'll love you. Everybody here will love you until you can. Anyway, that's all I'm going to say about that, guys. Sorry, I didn't mean to take that like we went from hooligan talking about music and the shit to me. I just totally like nosedive that one. Sorry, guys. But it just, you know what? It had to be said. So it had to be said. And I'd have been stupid. I'd have been. It would have been irresponsible of me not to say it because you know what? At some point in my life, some hard old timer put the screws to me, right? So you just pass on. Chris, thank you, Chris. Jonah, how you doing? Hey, fellow trucker. Hey, what's going on, my friend? I'll never forget those people ever. Yeah. Hooligan Towns, Tecumseh Valley. They found her down beneath the stairs. Mm. Good afternoon, Shannon. Thomas Trucking. Go toward, brother. Yeah, amen. Thank you, Shannon. All right. Which one of you fucks is going to go get me a cheeseburger? Yeah, man. Good. Are you waiting for our load too? No, dude. I'm done for the weekend. I just don't. I just didn't have enough to make it home. Jonah, I run two of these ingot loads a day, and then I do one on Saturday. But what I've figured out is if I do three on Friday, I don't have to run one on Saturday. But if I do three rounders on Friday, then I don't have enough hours to make it home. So but I have like when I'm working, usually when I'm working, I start work about 1 in the morning, and then I'm usually done about 1:30 in the afternoon. But then I took the third load today. I got it delivered, but I don't have enough to get home. But the good thing is I don't have to get up at 1 o'clock tomorrow morning, right? So I can spend a little more time and stay up here, like I can stay awake. Usually I'd be going to bed right now. That's why I'm so tired, right? Because this is my bedtime. But now what I'll do is I'll just stay up and I'll just go to bed at like a regular, like say 8 o'clock or whatever, and then I'll get up at like 4, which then by the time I get home, I've kicked my body back onto normal working hours or normal days. So it used to be when I'd work on Saturday, I'd get up at 1 in the morning, I'd do the load, and then I'd have to go home, and then I'd have to have a nap until noon. Now I don't have to do that. I can just go home tomorrow morning. I can be home by like 8 o'clock tomorrow morning and I'm on regular hours. I don't need a nap, right? The downfall to that is when I leave the house on Sunday to go up to the yard, I get up there and it's a short day. I'm on regular, but I have to force myself to go to bed at like 7 o'clock at night because I got to get up at 1 in the morning. And you can never fall asleep when you want to, right? You can never fall asleep when you want to. At least I can't. At least I can't. So 2-4. Got a burger on the barbecue. Now, come on. Oh, 10-4 rubber ducky. Jesus Christ. You know what? I'm missing barbecue right now. I really am. We like don't get me wrong, we barbecue all year round. Like my at my place, we barbecue all winter. We barbecue all year round. Barbecue is barbecue. But I haven't had like I haven't made my Bry burgers in a while. Like I have my own like hamburger patty mix that I make from scratch. And Dar will buy up, I don't know, 8 pounds of hamburger, and we'll make up trays of them, and then we'll wrap each one individually, and then we put them in the freezer. And we've got hamburgers for the whole summer, right? So that's kind of what we do, and I'm kind of missing that, right? We were talking last week about ribs and steaks and burgers, and I'm like, oh, for fuck's sakes! And all I can smell right now is McDonald's. No, don't get me wrong. That's McDonald's ain't a real burger, but it'll do in a pinch, right? It'll do in a pinch. What is your favorite food for barbecue? Ribs. Ribs. Oh, Southern style ribs, slow cooked, baked, and then smoked and baked, then on the barbecue, then on the grill. Megan, I can eat ribs, and you can ask anybody that knows me. Ask anybody that knows me. I will, and I have no shame in saying this. I will make a complete glutton of myself eating ribs. Love them. Do you mix pork in your beef? With my burgers? No. Lean, uh, lean ground beef mixed with a little bit of regular ground beef. I do not put pork in it. Sorry. Did I just lose you? You're not my friend anymore? The air fryer makes an awesome burger. I've never tried that. I've never tried that. I've got an air. Well, I took the air fryer out of here, but I usually got an air fryer in here. Um, I never even thought about trying that. That would actually be pretty good, wouldn't it? Because I can take two or three of those frozen burgers, throw them in the freezer there. I can air fry them here, and all I need is the buns, right? Where their condiments are a dime a dozen. You can get those fucking anywhere. Goat burgers are good. I've never had goat burgers. I've had deer, and I've had moose burgers, and of course I've had like hamburger, like beef, and pork. But I've never had goat. I'll try it. Stop! You're making me hungry, Jonah. How the fuck do you think I feel, man? I have not eaten today. Nothing. I've had absolutely nothing to eat today. I've had two coffees and two Dr. Peppers. I've had zero food today. Try tip on the smoker. Oh, fuck off, dude. We don't need to talk about food. Baby ribs? Um, you mean baby back ribs? Not bad. I like them. I like them when they do them with a dry rub, right? Like baby back ribs, you get them on a dry rub. I like them that way with a dip, like a good homemade barbecue sauce or something. But I prefer like a good. I don't know what you guys. I don't know what you guys consider a good rack of ribs, but for me, I'm talking like from from my forearm to my fingertips. To me, is a good rack of ribs. I will easily eat one and a half of those in one sitting. No problem. No problem. And I would probably eat more if it was available. Not a big brisket eater. Nope. Not a big brisket eater. I don't mind it. If you're at a barbecue and people if that's what they're making, yeah, I'll eat it, no problem. But I'm not big on it. Burnt ends, pork belly is great. Never had it. Never had it, man. I would try it. Um, Michael John Rickert, I have a question. Well, Michael John Rickert, fire away. ES, are any lot lizards around? Oh God, no. Are you crazy? Let me tell you something. Lot lizards have gone the way of the internet. Okay. There's no lot lizards anymore. Now you get on your fucking phone, whatever area you're living in or whatever area you're in, and they're all escorts now. If there's a lot lizard, it's because there's no phone reception. I use beef mince with smoked belly pork sliced thin in my chili. That would be good. I used to make a spaghetti sauce when I used to make my pasta sauce. I used to use old aged Italian pork sausages, and then of course your ground beef with all of the pork juice, and that used to turn out real well. But the kids and everything didn't really like it. I liked it. I liked the pork flavor as it was seasoned, frying and cooking before you added all the stuff to it. Never cheat the belly. Oh, dude, never cheat the belly. You know what? I'm 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 not doing like the fasting thing, but I am dropping weight and I'm doing it in a specific way. And this is how I've been doing it. And don't get me wrong, I'm not starving myself. I do eat, right? It just happens to be that tonight I have no food left in the truck. I've eaten everything, right? I packed enough food to go all the way to have meals all the way up until tonight, but there's not enough for tonight. So I unfortunately I am gonna have to go in and either get a slice of pizza or get some McDonald's or something. But I'm not worried about it because um, it's almost like intermittent fasting. I don't eat anything all day long, and then I eat my one meal in the afternoon, usually about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So I'll have my one meal, my dinner, my whatever you want to call it. Um, and that's what I'll eat, and then that's good for the whole that get then whatever. I'll finish out the rest of the day. I go to bed. Next day, I'll have coffee. I'll have water. I might have a Dr. Pepper throughout the day, and then I'll eat my one meal. And it seems to be working very slowly for me, but very well. That I'm dropping pounds. Like, and I know I'm dropping pounds by not only the fact that I weigh myself when I get home, but every couple of weeks now, I'm going in another belt notch on my belt. Bayern Baller, what up, old man? Who you calling old? This is Chrome, man. The fuck you talking about? This is Chrome. I'm well chromed. Go eat, man. You know what, hooligan? I'll get there. It's not like I'm falling down, like starving to death. I got water here. I've got like the Dr. Pepper here. I'm good. I'm fine. Ate goat in Jamaica. It was surprisingly good. Oh, I've had goat before. Too far. I've had goat before. I've had like roti. Like it's from the Caribbean. I've had goat roti. Awesome. It's curried. It's now I didn't get it like heavily curried. I'm not a big curry eater, but it was lightly curried. Loved it. Loved it. It was very good. I had no problem with that. Hello, Saeed. How are you, man? I will. So we are talking about cheese, man. You can talk about anything you want within reason. Goat is just like lamb. I can't eat lamb after having so many kids and watching that show Lamb Chops Play Along. Can't do it. Can't do it. What is your truck? It's a 2020 Cascadia. 2020 Cascadia. We're looking at probably about another. Well, we're gonna run this one out for the rest of this year, and then we'll be looking at a new one. Lamb burgers are awesome. Flatbedder, I'll take your word for it. I've never had it. Like burger wise, I've had moose, deer, hamburger, and pork, but I've never had anything else. I bet you it's good. What sauce do you like on your ribs? Hot or sweet? I make my own sauce, Robert. And my sauce has a little bit of bite to it. Not heavily mesquite. Not big on the mesquite, but I do add a little. Um, but mine is a very rich sauce. I don't know how else to describe it to you. Rob. You'd have to eat it, okay, um, before you could like describe it. It's good. Don't get me wrong. There's nobody ever complains about my barbecue sauce or my ribs. Texas barbecue. Oh, Dave, I do better than Texas barbecue. Did you try cream cheese ragoon? I have not. I like cream cheese. I eat cream cheese on my bagels and I'll have cream cheese. Actually, I use cream cheese and kind of make a fried sauce with it with onions and mushrooms and peppers, and I put it on my steak. I know that sounds gross. It sounds really weird, but it's really, really good. Cream cheese, but no, for what you're asking there, cream cheese ragoon? No, I have not. One more reason to hate the internet. Bring back the local girls. Well, dude, let me tell you, when you bring back the local girls, you've only got one or two to choose from. At least on the internet, you've got 50. Which way? And not many of the walking girls, right? Not many of the streetwalkers took debit cards or credit cards or, you know, just saying, Rig Pig, Randy 1.5, good cheat drink. LOL. Dr. Pepper is irresistible. Dude, I love it. It's like cocaine to me. It is. Love Dr. Pepper. It is. It is my favorite beverage. Uh, excuse me. Platinum beard. No, that's not platinum. She's still chrome. I'm not platinum yet. You ever been to Cuba, Mark? Yeah, we've been to Cuba several times. Dara and I love it there. Well, they also treat Canadians very well there. So we've been down there quite a few times. Um, it's actually one of the reasons we started going is because it's one of the cheapest places, and we have got so many kids. So when you want to take the kids with you, oh, waiting for that right there, baby, right there. Um, when you want to take your kids, when you're taking 3, 4, 5 kids on a vacation, Cuba was the one that kind of fit the financial bill. But yeah, we love Cuba. The White Sands of Cuba, the White Sands, fantastic. Cigars, oh God, you kidding me? I can honestly say when I get back from Cuba, I don't touch a cigar for at least a week. At least a week. I am fucking smoked out. Absolutely smoked out. It's coming out my pores. What's your favorite burger at McDick's? Uh, it would be the double quarter pounder with cheese and bacon. Double quarter pounder with cheese and bacon. You'll remember this. You'll remember this. You remember back in the 80s? Yeah, it would have been the 80s. They had the McDLT. You remember that thing? It was like that big. It was way bigger than a Big Mac, and it was fantastic. And that was my favorite burger of all time, that McDLT. And the closest thing I can get to it now is the double quarter pounder with cheese and bacon, or quarter pounder deluxe, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. Well, I never got any pics from you for the project we were working on. My new, oh shit, I totally forgot. Mr. Beast. My bad. My bad. Oh, damn it, man. I'm sorry. Totally slipped my mind. Squirrel, shiny. Sorry, brother. I'll do it this weekend. Okay, this weekend. You'll have it before the end of. You'll have it before the end of the weekend. Okay. My apologies, bro. Oh, I feel bad. When I give somebody my word, I'll do something. I'm usually pretty damn good at it. I don't usually forget or break, so, especially something like we're doing here that he's doing. Pancetta Italian lardons in your bolognese sauce. I drop a little cream fresh in too. Take your clothes off and cook it spaghetti bollocks naked. Well, I've done that. Not exactly the way you've described it, but I've done that. Don't you dare eat McDonald's. Shannon, I'm limited right now to where I am. I'm limited to McDonald's and to there's a pizza place in here. That's all I've got. There's nowhere else I can walk to. Like, um, I can't get to a Subway. I can't get anywhere else. Um, that's what I'm limited to. So you got to pick the one that's gonna. Besides, it's so yummy. Nobody ever complains about my food because it's poisoned. Well, that's the best way to. You'll never have anybody bitch if they're not around to talk about it, right? I'm looking at a new Volvo, maybe 2025. My truck is paid off in December. I might write 2 years with no payment. Good plan, Mark. Um, good plan. That's along the same lines as what I like to do, right? Get it paid off. Um, this one I'm not sure when the exact date is when this one's paid off, but I won't go 2 years. I'll probably go about 8 months, maybe a year with no payments. Because what I do is I take like my payment, what it is now, just because I'm not making a payment, I still make the payment, but I pay myself. And I take that money from the payment and I put it in another I've got several business accounts, and I'll put it in another business account. high interest business account and let it sit there. And every month I make that payment to that account, right? And then when I want to buy the new truck, I can sell this, and between what I get with this and the money I've got from that, I've got a really nice down payment on a new one. And that's how you keep your payments low. The bigger the down payment you can get down on your truck. So if you want to hang on to your truck for another 2 years, think about that, because that's 2 more years worth of depreciation value on that truck. I don't know what kind of truck, I can't remember what kind of truck you're driving or what year it is, but you think about it, right? If it's, let's just say in round numbers, let's just say it's worth 100 grand right now. 2 years from now, Mark, that's a $40,000 truck. So that 40 grand is all you're going to have for a down payment. Whereas if you can get it, sell it instead of 2 years, sell it in a year, and you can get it into the $60,000 and $70,000 mark, then you take that plus whatever you've saved, and you make your down payment. The only reason I was able to get a really good, like a really good um, monthly payment on this is because we sold the Kenworth, because I didn't owe anything on the Kenworth. On the W9, I sold that, and the money left over from the Volvo, we were able to roll all that into the down payment for this. And when I bought this, Ronan did me a real solid, and he sold it to me well under market value. Just something to think about, Mark. Just think about your timing, right? Timing in this business is a big thing, right? It really is. You know that. Sterling, I need you to visit and cook. It would be my pleasure. Better than Texas barbecue? What's that? Oh, Sean, let me tell you. I've spent a lot of time in Texas. I've eaten a lot of Texas barbecue, and it is good. It is good. It's all right up there with Kansas City barbecue. It's actually probably better than Kansas City barbecue, but like, it's Texas barbecue is all that it's knocked up to be. But let me tell you, there's some of us out here that know what we're doing, and I can probably do you some really good ribs, some short ribs, some pork ribs. Um, yeah, I can do up some ribs that you'd sit there, and I guarantee you're gonna go back to Texas and go, I was up in fucking Canada, and there's this fucking white guy up there with a big white beard, and he's cooking fucking making fucking ribs that make us look like shit. That's me patting myself on the back. Real Mexican tacos are goat meat. I didn't know that, hooligan. Really? Do you know how many times I've been down in Laredo and I'm eating tacos? Probably didn't know what the fuck I was eating. Didn't even know it was, I was probably eating it, but didn't even know it. But the new Cameo 4 works awesome. One hell of a machine. I highly recommend it. Okay, everybody, anybody that's into woodworking, call Mr. Beast. A cat just ran off with a slice of my pizza. Get the fuck out of here. That's a big cat that took off with a slice of pizza. I got 4 cats in my house, and not one of them could take off with. Well, maybe Davy could. He's a big bastard, but the other 3, they're not running away with a slice of pizza. Me and the wife go to Mexico very cheap. Kids have a blast. Mark, we've never been to Mexico, believe it or not. Dar and I have never been to Mexico. For years, I've never really had a desire to go. Um, but now I think I would probably go. I think I Chrome baby. I stole that from Brian. Him saying that a while now. That's all it is. I'm well chromed out. I am a fine chromed out machine. Andrew Benavides, are you a truck driver? Yes, sir, I am. I am. I'm sitting in it right now. It's what I do for a living, and it's what I've been doing almost my entire life. Oh yes, I remember. Loved it. You did, eh? The McDLT, and they had this. Remember, the Big Mac used to come in the styrofoam container that opened and closed like that, right? The McDLT came almost like the McGriddles, right? It came in this. The meat and the bun were on one side. The top with all the toppings and everything were on the other, and the whole thing was it was almost like a show when you ate it. Loved it. Danielle, you are a beast, and I don't know how hard that feeling. I'm a beast. Well, I've been called worse, but I've been called better. But thank you. Cream cheese ragoons are my favorite Chinese food. You see, I didn't even know what ragoons were. I just figured it was cream cheese. I've eaten cream cheese in a lot of different ways. It was good. All right. Do you think Canadian government is going towards communism? Mark, we're that far away from it. Jesus Christ. We got the social credit score coming up. They're going to go with the digital currency, and they're going to try to put our currency on the global market so that we're like the fucking euro. It's like, yeah, dude, yeah, we are like that far away from fucking communism. Oh, that's exactly what they're going for. They're trying to fold us into the World Economic Forum with Klaus Schwab there. Oh, Klausy boy. If you, Mark, I want you to Google this. Google the world WEF, right? The World Economic Forum, and go to the leadership. Okay, it'll give you like a family tree of the leadership of the World Economic Forum, of all the world leaders and all the political people and all the private billionaires and all of them. Bill Gates is in there. Fucking, there's a bunch of them in there. But the number two person in the World Economic Forum, Klaus Schwab, is up at the top. Number two is who? Canadian, is our Deputy Prime Minister, Chrystia Freeland. So just think about that. When you think that Justin Trudeau's in charge of this country, it's Freeland. Freeland. He's just a mouth. She's got her hand up his ass. Danielle, how old are you? I'm, how old am I? 54. 54 going on 70 with a fucking maturity level of about a 15-year-old. It's all good, bro. We got time. And now with the new art area, it should be a lot easier. Can't wait to start using it. Yeah. So again, man, I'm sorry about that. I dropped the fucking ball. I remember the McDLT had to put it together yourself. That's right, hooligan. You had to put it yourself. The selling point here in the States. Love it. Zomzies, big boy. I ain't that big. I hope you're not calling me fat. Mark Ely, the government is trying. Yeah, they're trying hard. Bro, who wants to get Subway? I would, you know what? If I had to choose between eating pizza and eating McDonald's, I'd probably go for Subway if it was available to me right now. Zomzies, your guess is 21, eh? Man, you got to get your eyes checked. I thought my eyes were fucking bad. Jesus Christ. IH guy, yes, 21. Dude, I got t-shirts older than that. I got fucking concert shirts older than fucking 21 years old. Fuck, you're still alive, eh? Sorry to disappoint, Curdy. Sorry to disappoint. Pizza is even better choice. You know what, Shannon? It's the bread in both that's gonna kill me. Pizza dough, I can eat pizza, and within 20 minutes of eating pizza, I bloat, right? From the bread, from the dough. I can eat McDonald's. You know, I don't usually get a large fries. I'll get a small fries, and I'll get the quarter pound, double quarter pounder with cheese. Hey, pick your poison. You know what? Pick your poison. A 22 Cascadia, it's not worth that much. I saw in Ritchie Brothers auction they're going for 32K for a 22. Maybe US, maybe 22 to 32,000 US. Um, I can't see a 22 Cascade unless maybe it was mileaged out, but maybe it ran team or something, right? Mine, I got a 20, and this thing is not mileaged out by any means, right? This I've got 544 on this thing, and it's a 20, so my mileage is really low on this. Um, Curtis saying hi to IH. Pizza has all the food groups. Well, I no, that's the only other thing as well. Like I'm a very fussy pizza eater, right? Pepperoni, ham, pineapple. You heard me. pepperoni, ham, pineapple, bacon, red onions. That's it. Real Mexican tacos are awesome. Well, you know what, brother? I thought for sure. Um, I thought for sure that I was eating real Mexican tacos, right? When I was down in Laredo, and I probably was, and I didn't even know I was eating goat. So, wow. See, I learned something, Flatbatter. I learned something new there. But sucks because I got so much fucking shit in my head. It's like a hard drive, right? Every time a new piece of information goes out, I have to dump something out the other end. Real Mexican food is Taco Bell. It's a oh god, Curtis, don't start. Don't start. All right, Andrew, are you a truck driver? Yeah, man, I'm a truck driver. Well, Curtis, Curtis, it all has all the same effect at midnight. Yeah, you're damn right. I'm in Texas for the weekend now. Well, go get yourself some. If you're going to be down there for the weekend and you got a bathroom nearby, go get yourself some real authentic Mexican. Get some real authentic, like real enchiladas. Actually, the I think the best truck wash I've ever had in my entire life. I-35, I-35. It's on the eastbound side. I think it's just outside of Austin. It's called Three Brothers Truck Wash, and they are freaking phenomenal. Shannon, if you're gonna get your truck washed, get it done there. Oh my God, the techniques that they use, it's all hand washed. They actually have like the pieces to go over your truck, and they actually go up over your truck and hand wash the entire truck. Top to bottom is hand washed. Then it gets like softened water softener, and they got softened water, and then the soap is. I mean, I shit you not. And the thing was, my truck stayed clean. Like I was in Texas, probably for a better part of 3 or 4 days when I was down there. And you know how you get out of the truck wash, and within a couple of days you get that fine layer of dust and dirt and like whatever. For some reason, there's something that they do, and it repels the dust really good. And it didn't break the bank. I think it was like $45 or $50 or whatever it was. Might be more now because it's been a few years, but back in the day, you could get a cheeseburger, fries, and a shake for a buck. Uh, yeah, yeah, you could usually get them at mom and pop places. A buck and a half to yeah, a buck to buck and a half. Yeah, and the patty was homemade. The dollar menu is dead. Yeah, well, everything the dollar is dead. There's the notice now that the dollar store is no longer. I don't think it's the dollar store anymore. It's the dollar or two, the buck or two store now, because they just can't sell shit for a dollar anymore. IH is saying hi to Shannon, Hooligan. Shannon, I thought you hated Texas. Yeah, I think she hates Texas, but if she's going to go, it has to pay. The WF is already calling shots here for a while now. Oh well, but they're going through Krista Freeland to do it. 2-4, right? Because she is like Canada's, I don't know, what do you want to call it? Fucking ambassador to the WE. I don't fucking know. I don't know. I wish she'd fucking die though. Interest rates are going up here, which equals a bigger monthly payment with no extra return. Remember, money invested pays interest. Exactly. His wife will confirm all of that. No one cares what Canada does, thanks to our leader. He has he has embarrassed us on the world stage, right? I think he's embarrassed us on the world stage, and it's to the point where I'm not ashamed to be Canadian, and I'm not, and I am proud of my country, but I am highly embarrassed of our leadership and the face of our country on the world stage. These idiots are what is out there representing us on the world stage, and they are making us look horrible, absolutely horrible. And that is my problem. My problem is not so much Canada; it's the people leading it. And that asshole won. That asshole won on a fucking marijuana legalizing pot. Trudeau won the election. We haven't been able to get rid of the asshole since. Yeah, if we get 1 year with one more year with Trudeau, there will be riots, and the Canadian dollar will collapse into a Great Depression. I agree, Curtis. You're fucking the first thing you've said in the last month that made sense. I'm looking forward to getting my T-shirt, dude. I'm looking forward to fucking you getting your T-shirt too. I'm a little pissed off. I don't know. I don't know 100% what went wrong. I think Dar's got it figured out. I don't think the apartment number went on the package, and that's why they couldn't deliver it. It made it to your building, probably made it right to your foyer or to your area, but they couldn't get it to the apartment. And now it's from what I understand, it's coming back. All the problems you see in North America are by design. A good portion of them are absolutely. All fiat currencies are going to zero. Look up the dollar milkshake theory, then CBDC. I've never heard of that. The dollar milkshake theory. You got a 410,000 on yours, on mine 22. You got it in 21. Wow. And the best you can do is $32,000 for that. That can't be Canadian, Mark. That's got to be U.S. Small fries, my ass. Hey, hey, Brian. If you ever go to Mexico, go off the resort to a real Mexican restaurant. Best tacos you will ever have. Taco smelling ain't it. Taco smell ain't it. I got you. I've never seen you order a small fry in our 21 years together. Yes, you have. I do it when you're not with me. I only do it when you're with me. I only do it because I know that you're gonna want to pick a few of mine. So Justin Turdo, 5 million flies love him. Yeah, no shit, Robert, you're so true. Did you hear what Saskatchewan did, not paying their taxes? True Dump is pissed. Alberta did the same thing, right? Alberta's telling Trudeau, go fuck yourself. That premier in Alberta, I love that woman. Love her. Love her to death. Yeah, they're telling Trudeau, we're not collecting the fucking tax. Fuck you, you're not getting it. And there's nothing he can do. The province of Alberta and possibly Saskatchewan, but I know for a fact the province of Alberta, they could separate right now and be just fine. They'd be better off as a country than they are as a province. Do you know that? Excuse me. Mm. 32 US is around 45-ish. Yeah. Yeah. 45, I'm thinking along for 45.50 is what you'll get. Did you look did you know? Hold on. Shoot. Well, Megan, I was reading that. Don't retract it. Oh, I tried to get it from the post office. No luck. No worries, man. I know Dar has it handled. Oh, dude, she'll take care of it. Hooligan, don't worry about it. You'll get it. We'll make sure you get it. You're, we haven't forgotten. We didn't drop the ball on that. Let me just say that, okay? The ball didn't get dropped on that one. You'll get it. Arrive can legal money laundering and our dollar to Trudeau and his flunkies. Yeah, do you know the fucking Arrive can, eh? Isn't that a joke? An $80,000 design app that should have cost $80,000 is now what? How many? What? Something 80 million or 800 million or what is it? 80 million bucks? 60 million bucks? $60 million. They paid to four guys live in a basement. A good portion of it they paid to four guys in a basement in Ottawa that don't even do the app design. Japanese and Chinese food are like the same. Megan, I couldn't tell them apart. If you gave me a Chinese dish and a Japanese dish or a Singapore dish or a fucking Filipino dish, I couldn't tell you one from the other. Not a clue. You're absolutely right. Well, I'm doing my part. I have not paid federal taxes in years and never plan on giving them another dime after the 2020 rigged election. Good for you, man. Good for you. I wish I could say that. I really do. our election in Canada wasn't rigged. It was hijacked. Trudeau was going to lose the election. He made a deal with the NDP, right? With Jagmeet Singh. He made a deal with them, promised them a bunch of shit. Nobody knows what the fucking deal was, but he promised them a bunch of shit if they threw in with Trudeau to get the votes, to get the seats, to maintain power, and they did, because the Conservatives would have turfed them at the last election. Alberta is the Texas of Canada, and Saskatchewan is Oklahoma. Alberta and Saskatchewan merge, it would be unstoppable. Well, there was talk last year of Alberta. Um, I guess the premier and I guess the provincial governments were putting out like polls. Like, if this was an option and we were going to separate from Canada, how many people would be on board? Believe it, caught my attention. I was going to Dar. We're going to Alberta. We're going to Alberta. And she's like, no, no, no. And I'm like, because I'd rather be there. I'd rather be in Alberta when they separate than try to get in after they separate, right? Because then it's another border and all the loopholes and all the shit. That's just my way of thinking, right? I'm just a simple-minded fuck, though. That's all Ukraine is a massive money laundering scam. Well, kind of hard to launder money when you're blowing it up, right? They're sending billions of dollars worth of money and aid and weapons. Maybe the cash itself, in a sense, is getting laundered, but the weapons, which accounts, which the weapons that they send, the fucking whatever, the guns, the missiles, all the shit that they send, that still accounts as a dollar value. So that counts as funding. That's not laundering because they're blowing it up. They're using it up and they're blowing it up. So, uh, no, it was the post office. I ain't blaming y'all. Okay. Well, thanks, man. To tell Filipino food apart, look at the ingredients, and if it has like a weird ingredient in it, you can tell it apart. Well, Megan, fuck it. I can look at Chinese food, and there's 1,000 weird ingredients in it. Japanese food is the same. There's a million weird ingredients in it. I don't eat a lot of it anyway. I don't like Chinese food. I'm not a big I'll eat like chicken balls and I'll eat the rice and I'll eat sweet and sour pork, which is really bad for you because the sweet and sour sauce is some chemical. It's not even made from scratch. Check signs net worth now compared to TA before you heard of him. I'm sorry, too far. I'm not understanding. Check signs net worth now compared to before you heard of. Oh, Trudeau. I think what you're saying is check his. Okay. People have no idea no clue what's really going on. Shake my head. It's hard. It's not that they don't know. It's they're blind and they don't want to know. They don't want to know what's going on. They don't want to know what's going on with their government. Like my parents' generation are led blindly by the government because back in their day, the government wasn't as corrupt and they were more believable. And if they were telling you to do something, it was probably good for the best of the good of the people. Our generation is fucking horrible. You know, not one of these guys out here is worth a damn. Not a single one of them is worth a damn. They all lie. They all cheat. They've all got skeletons in their closet. I'm telling you right now, honest to shit shot, I could truck for another 2 or 3 years. What am I, 54? I could truck for another 2 years, say 56, hang it up and go into politics. And I guarantee you, a fast talking, greasy little fucking bastard like me, I get you within 2 years of going into politics, I could hold a fucking position somewhere. Not hard. It is not hard. You just got to know who to direct, who to direct when you're talking and saying things. You got to know the people to direct them at. Another country has a nice idea in theory, but someone will still screw it up. No, Hooligan, you're right. No NDP leader. What do you mean, no NDP leader? I think the NDP leader is Jagmeet Singh, isn't he? You are 100% right. They do not want to know. Yeah, it's It's the ostrich effect. They stick their head in the sand. They don't want to look. No cash. The weapons are loaned. Cash has to return. No, but that's not going to happen, Robert. You and I both know that. You can never go to a Chinese restaurant and order a whole chicken breast, but yet there's chicken on the menu. I'm going to test that theory. This all goes back to when Pierre let his whore wife fuck the Cuban. It's all a big game, communists. I'll be honest with you, I don't think Pierre let his wife, let Margaret Trudeau or Maggie or whatever the fuck you call her, whore works, but um, I don't think Pierre let her. I think she was sleeping around. She just did it. And if you look at Justin Trudeau and Fidel Castro, I hate to say it, man, there's just way too many way too many similarities, right? They really are. There really, really are. Way too many similarities. You know, mind you, I haven't sat there and looked at both pictures under a microscope. I just did, oh yeah, oh yeah, and I went, oh yeah, you know. Although anything's possible, a quick DNA test would figure that out. Quick DNA test would, I'll figure that one all out. Well, I'm gonna light. I'm not gonna finish this one, but I'm gonna light it. And when she goes by, I'm gonna puff on her. But when she's done, or when she goes out, then I'm gonna go get some dinner. Because now, thanks to Shannon Thomas, I'm going to walk in there and stand. McDonald's here is the board is here, and the pizza place is here, and I'm going to have to stand in the middle and go, huh, huh. It'll take me 25 minutes because I'm so indecisive right now to decide what I want to eat. I'd be better off eating this cigar. Mm. Oh yeah. Oh damn. We got her good and hot. Got her good and hot. Those last two pulls on there. Oh, look at the cloud I put up. Damn. The new Underworld Order by Christopher Story. Dark actors playing dark games. You want me to read that? Hold on, hold on, hold on. Whenever you do shit like this, Robert, I got to write it down. Hold on, buddy. Hold on, hold on. The new Underworld Order by Christopher Story. Okay, hold on. Oops. Wait, what? Christopher Story. Okay. All right. I have to look at that one. I have to look that one up. Brian changed the tampon now and pick and choose. Oh, fuck off, Curtis. The CIA poisoned him. CIA poisoned a lot of people. Are you back in Ontario? No, I'm 20 miles, about 22 miles south of Ontario border in New York State. I'm just north of Watertown, New York. Watertown, New York. Just in between there. I don't know. I don't know the name of the fucking town I'm in. Hold on. My Elo should tell me. I am 3.1 miles northwest of Watertown, New York. That's where I'm at. If anybody wants to bring me by a 10-ounce New York cooked rare, grilled barbecued rare with some sauteed onions and a baked potato with sour cream and salsa on it, I'll be right here the whole time. The food is all the same. It's just arranged differently. Yeah, that's what I think. I can send you a PDF on email. Yeah, but you know what? I won't be able to read that, Robert, because it'll be on my phone. I can look it up, and then if I've got an e-reader, I can get Dar to download it once I know what I'm looking for. I am making a strawberry milkshake. You want some? Oh fuck, Megan. Yeah, I'll take a strawberry milkshake. Is your milkshake the one that brings all the boys to the yard, though? I can't drink that milkshake. My wife will be pissed if I touch that milkshake. But if you're just making a simple straight strawberry milkshake, I'm game. I'm game. The brainwashing of public started years ago. Took this long to get brainwashed fucks in the government. WEF is a long game to get total control. Um, I'll agree with a good portion of that. Sorry, my glasses are falling. The fucking headset's fucking with me here. I'll agree with a portion of that. I don't know what you're talking about for the long game. Like they're playing the long game now, but I think they've been sitting in the sidelines quietly, waiting for somebody like Trudeau to come into office. A weak-minded, indecisive, stupid. Like let's face it, dude. Like my fucking lighter. Like this fucking lighter has a higher IQ than Justin. Um, like, and they've been waiting for something like this guy to come walking through the door, and then when it happened, look where we're at. CIA poisoning. Sith Iron King. CIA poisoning. What did I just come in on? Oh, dude, we're just talking a little conspiracy, a little of this, a little of that. DGK, no one's lying. Nightmare. People keep asking me for cigarettes. I'm almost out of them. I just got this pack of cigarettes today. Well, stop giving them away. If you've got them and you can spare them, fine. But if you've got them and you can't spare them, well, hang on to them. Watertown. I heard that in a Bruce Springsteen song. You might have. You might have. I am not. I know I'm going to catch flack for this. I am not a Springsteen fan. I am not. He's written some great songs that were covered by other people. Man for Man did "Blinded by the Light." Fantastic. That's a Springsteen song, but oh, not a Curtis. Okay, everybody get ready. Curtis is. You must have Google and overload. The long game started in Cuba with that whore in Castro. Talk about weak-minded. Let's go, Brandon. Oh, you're gonna start a fucking war. Recycled hooligan. There is a Watertown in PA. I think he was talking about that Watertown. Oh, he could be. What the hell is Brandon? IH Google right now. No, maybe not right now. Uh, Google, let's go, Brandon. It'll make you sick. Brian is a Nickelback fan. Curtis, you know what? I don't love you anymore, man. Sorry. The adoption, that whole thing, it's over. We're done. If you were my son, I'd have to give you back. I would. I'd have to give you back. Oh well. Trump 2024. Look at you guys go, eh? Terry Hood, Trump 2024. Trump now more than ever. I can't just. I'm a Canadian, man. I actually agree with you. I can't believe they got Biden to say, "Let's go, Brandon." Dude, they get Biden to say anything. They just to tell him what to say, and he'd say it. He doesn't know what he's saying. My dad is going to be pissed after he realizes I used the second batch of strawberries instead of the first batch. It's a bad day when you know your dad's going to be pissed off at you for making a milkshake. Everyone wants to be a rock star. I've never wanted to be a rock star. That's one thing I've never wanted to be. No. I feel like Biden is the type to forget where he lives. Are you kidding me? Nightmare Biden couldn't tell you where he is. Never mind where he lives. He doesn't know where he is at any given time. Never mind fucking, oh, he lives in the most famous I'm Canadian, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue is where the White House is. I know that address. Ask him. He couldn't fucking tell you. Guarantee you. Living in hilltop houses, driving 15 cars. Biden surprisingly hasn't fallen off the stage yet. Oh, Sith, Iron King, it is coming. I think now they've got to. I think now that like he makes it up to the podium, and then somebody somehow or another like sneaks in behind him like a rod, and they run that rod right up his ass, and it just holds him in place. So even if his feet give out and his legs give out, the rod's holding him up. Trump is doing an awesome job exposing everything. Shit's gonna hit the fan real soon. Yeah, the problem is someone's gonna kill him. Someone's Trump's exposing way too much, Mr. Bees. Way too much. He may become president, but I don't know if he'll live through 4 years. Biden might have fell on the way up the stairs. I think he's fallen on the way up the stairs. I think he's fallen on the White House lawn. Didn't he trip coming off there, getting off or getting on the helicopter? And then he got lost in the rose garden or something. He was supposed to follow the path, and he just kept walking out onto the lawn. I've seen some pretty funny shit. I've seen some pretty funny shit. Never mind, my mom is haunting me now, so I have to text in a tight space. You guys are killing me. Brandon Trano, IndyCar driver. The crowd were chanting when he won. Fuck Joe Biden. The TV reporter tried to play it down and said, "They're cheering for you. Let's go, Brandon." I don't think so. I don't fucking think so. Let's go, Brandon. You guys should see some of the shit we got going up here. If Trudeau is walking down a street, or like, where was he? Curtis, you must know, or IH, you must know. He was somewhere last week and he had a big crowd, and the whole crowd was fuck Trudeau, fuck Trudeau, fuck Trudeau, fuck Trudeau. And that's all they were doing. And he was trying to, like, oh, yeah, yeah, okay. And he was trying to downplay it. And it was like, you could tell his people were fucking nervous, man. His people were nervous. Isn't that uncanny, Curtis? The Simpsons hasn't been wrong. Trump will die and a woman will go into office. Everyone needs to leave America. We can let a woman in power. It'll be scary. Well, I already talked about this because the next president after Trump is going to be Obama, but it ain't going to be Barack. It's going to be Michelle. They've been grooming her for the last 18 months, and I don't know how any of you guys haven't seen it. And like I said, some of you probably have. Some of you probably have. But it's gonna be Michelle Obama. She's gonna be on the Democratic fucking platform. She's gonna be on the bill, and I guarantee you she's gonna fucking win it. Why do you think they haven't left Washington? Every single president that has been president after his term or what is up, they leave. They fuck off and leave. Bushy boy ran back down to Texas. Clinton's ran fucking by what, wherever the fuck the Clintons ran to. They're all over the place. But whatever. Obama's in Washington. Why? Because Barack is still puppeting fucking Biden, and Michelle is getting warmed up for a fucking 2028 election run. I guarantee you. Guarantee you. I'm right. If you don't believe me, I don't care. You're wrong. I'm right. For example, would you say that's exactly it? For example, Doris Scary. Well, that airplane whistleblower was found dead in the parking lot. Yeah. Oh, hold on. At the battery plant. Yeah. They're going to, I'm telling you right now, this is going to be, if Trump makes it in, I can promise you this, there's going to be more bodies, more people vanishing. There's going to be more episodes of Jimmy Hoffa where he's just going to vanish and the body will never be found. Never be found. Recycled hooligan, Big Mike. Hmm. Even though my mom is haunting me like a ghost, the strawberry milkshake tastes good. Well, I certainly hope so for all the effort you've put into it, right? You've had to dodge your dad being pissed off, and your mom's haunting you. That better be a damn good fucking milkshake, honey. It better be worth it. Oh, well, give your mom. Actually, yeah, Dar's got the right idea. Megan, give your mom a sip. Throw a little tequila in that. Throw a little tequila in that. Your mom will love it. I haven't been paying attention to any of it. I'm not sure who's even running this go around. Let me work on vehicles and stop my insurance skyrocketing. Sith, unfortunately, that's the feeling of a lot of people, and that's what they're counting on as well. They're counting on getting people that don't know anything, that haven't been keeping up on it. He was in Windsor the other day. Is that where it was? IH? Yeah, I think my battery's dying. I'm down to 5%. I think that's where he was. He was somewhere. Trump has another rally this weekend. Check it out on rsbn.com. Okay. Mike went up. Anybody else's car insurance? You guys' car insurance went up? Yeah. Mine went up a lot, Curtis. And then I switched companies. I'm saving over $100 a month. Yeah, Dar, we'd finally had enough. Like every once in a while, because we use an insurance broker, we don't just use a company. We get one to shop around for us. But every once in a while, the brokers get lazy. Oh, and they just renew, and your rates just don't get any better. So every once in a while, you got to kick your fucking broker in the ass. And the guy, oh yeah, yeah, oh hold on, wait, I got something over here. And next thing you know, yeah, Dar was able to save us $100 a month. And most people go, well, it's only $100 a month. Yeah, but it's $1,200 a year. It's been going up every month on my truck. Well, insurance is not going to be going down anytime soon. Let me tell you. On truck insurance, like big rig insurance, no. On car, like uh, personal vehicle insurance, you can still fight a good fight, but one way or the other, you're going to pay for insurance, and it's going to be a fucking ripoff, right? In the states, I don't. Well, I could be wrong here. Somebody correct me, please. In the U.S., you don't have to have insurance on your car, do you? Like, is it a law? Is it law that you have to be like fully insured on your car? I don't know. I know back years and years ago, you didn't have to have insurance. If you bought your car and you drove it, you had no insurance. You had an accident, you were paying out of pocket, and then you get sued. No, blah 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 blah. In Canada, it is the law. You have to have insurance. You cannot drive with no insurance. Cheap freight hauler, you're right. You are right, and that's why I say they kind of get a little lazy and lackadaisical, right? They'll keep you somewhere with the high where they're getting the highest commission, right? Mr. V, so I get my new ELC bill and get this stupid shit. Now have a $39 fuel tax, but yet no one can tell me what this tax is for or goes towards. Dude, you sure you're not in Canada? Just a Silverado, and they want to keep going up for it. I'd go shopping. Iron King, I'd just go insurance, find a broker, and just go shopping. And every time they come back to you, nope, not good enough. Nope, not good enough. Nope, not good enough. Eventually, they'll bottom it out. They'll find something. You have to at least have liability. Okay, okay. I'm pretty sure it's a law now. Okay. I knew years ago when we were younger, you didn't have. I knew that the U.S. did not have to have it. Yes, we have to have insurance on all of our cars, trucks, bikes, etc. You need insurance in Wyoming. Okay. Here in Tennessee, they will pull your license if you have a registered vehicle without insurance. Okay, so things have really changed then. Just my rent went up, called operating costs. Yeah, yeah. Well, think about this, hooligan. Okay, build your channel up so that you get monetized. Once you get monetized, register a business, and your YouTube channel now becomes a business, or open yourself an incorporation. Start yourself an incorporated business, and then run your YouTube channel through your incorporated business, and then you'll see the write-offs, and then you can run your YouTube channel as a business. Like this is a business for us. It's all run through like a business. So just thought, build your channel up though. You got to get monetized and go through all that shit first. Mr. B, my hydro bill over 50% in taxes and fees, and not even the actual electricity. Yeah, we're getting screwed up here. I'm down to 2%, and my mom is banging on the door. Look out. Chris, also in Alabama, mandatory insurance is the law in America. Okay. I don't think it's a federal law, but it's a state law. Insurance companies want us to put the data link in our cars. I'm not doing that. I'll drive a fucking go-kart with a fucking John Deere motor in it. Kitty Crease with Dar, shake my head. Our water bill went from 15 bucks a month to 40 bucks a month just because they wanted to. Well, dude, I'm on a well, so they can't fuck me for my water. That's one thing they can't do. I can turn my tap on, leave it running, and walk the fuck away and come back a week later. I don't get a bill for that. So they can monitor how we drive. But that's all IH, that's all falling into the big picture of the plan. Who's in charge of the insurance companies? Blackwater. Is it Blackwater? Am I saying that right? Whatever. There's a bunch of them that are in charge of, like, who owns all of the top dollar insurance companies? They're all backed by fucking private money somewhere, and that's part of the plan, right? They're gonna want to know where you're driving, how you're driving, who you're driving. Dude, it won't be long, IH. They're gonna have that same thing on the end of your dick, right? So they can monitor who you're fucking. Trust me, I hate to be so crude, but it's coming. Our city sales tax went from 15 cents on the dollar last year. Last year it was 9 cents on the dollar. Ours is 13%. Our provincial tax is 13%. Um, our sales tax is our provincial tax is 8%. No, what is it? Our federal tax is 8%. Our provincial tax is 7%. So all told, we pay 13% on all purchases in Ontario. Big boned. That's me. No, no thanks, IH. Yeah, yeah. Kitty craze with Dar, but one of the houses I bought for 20 grand is now worth 46 grand. Did not do anything to it yet. Well, just hang on to it. I'll be moving into it next Thursday at the rate we're going. Nightmare. My cat is eating cereal. Someone please point out what's wrong with this. I'm still trying to figure out what's wrong with my cat. If my cat, well, my cats try sometimes to get on the table and eat our food. Um, I don't ever let them do it. Never, not me. I don't ever do that. Oh wow, that's a nice jump, Mr. B. Yeah. Got to start cruising my lawnmower, I guess. Hey, Iron King, I'm the same way. I got a riding John Deere. I'll start cruising that before I'll fucking pay anything else. Blackstone, thank you. Insurance is crazy high now. I pay more on my 2013 F-150 through Liberty Mutual than my 74 L9000 through Haggerty for full coverage, and my Haggerty policy is better. Chris, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. Like we're down to one car, insuring one car, and it's stupid. I'm working on building the channel. I think you have to have a thousand subs. Is it 1,000? I think it might be I'm not sure if it's 1,000. I think it's 500 now. I think they lowered it. I think they lowered it now to 500 subs, but you need to watch it. You still need the same amount of watch hours. BlackRock and Vanguard. Leave it to Robert. That's what I'm looking for. Thank you, Robert. BlackRock and Vanguard. They own everything. Everything. You look at anything and look at the directory of any of the big businesses, all of the major fucking companies around the world, BlackRock or Vanguard are on there. Or both. Yeah, it's crazy. The other one is now being reappraised. It went from 15 grand to 75, but I've done a lot of work to that one. A lot more after I sell the KW. Well, I bought it for y'all. Thanks, man. We'll be down. Amazing. And don't forget Pilgrim Society. Yeah, but they're running a third. BlackRock and Vanguard are the two big boys there, Robert. Dar, I'm not far from 500. Yeah, That's cool, man. Chill out. Cheers from Canada. Well, dude, cheers from Canada. I'm Canadian. Thank you. I appreciate that. Chill out. Appreciate that a whole bunch. Nightmare. I don't need to worry about gas money. I got a bicycle. Well, you are the gas money. So just keep yourself well fed. Bye. I'm at 1%. You know what? I'm at 6%. Actually I'm at 5%. So it hasn't moved. I'll be killing this in a few minutes. I'm almost done with this. Okay, I am done with this. So we're done. I'm going to read the last few comments here and then I think we're going to call it a night because I'm going to go eat. I now pay $125 for my car insurance. It was way higher before. Motorcycle insurance is $30 a month. Yeah, hooligan. I hear you. I'm looking at I'm looking at I'm probably going to buy a whole fleet of bikes for teach Dar how to ride, the kids, everything. Everything. Yeah, Dar, that's a lot. Look at Dar talking telling everybody our finances. Trucking with T-Bone. What did I miss? Dude, I've been going for 242 minutes. So what's that? Almost 4 hours? 4 hours I've been going. You missed a lot. You're gonna have to watch the replay, bro. And funny enough, T-Bone, sorry, but I'm about to kick it off here. I got to go eat my dinner. It was way worse. IH. My home insurance almost 200. Brandon, Ontario here. Brantford, Ontario. Sorry, Brantford, Ontario. Well, chill out. I know Brantford pretty well. I've done a lot of trucking through Brantford. I've been in and out of that P&G plant up there a million fucking times, and that racking what's that rack place there? It's right along the 403 there. I've been in and out of there 100 times. I know Brantford pretty well. Take it easy, Chris Keller. Yeah, thanks, man. Shop around Dar. Yep. I am at zero of self. I am at 0% of self-esteem. Well, like I said to you earlier, you need to take the first step. You know what? We can people out here in the world can help you, but it's impossible to love you if you don't start loving yourself. People can't love you if you don't love yourself. So you got to start loving yourself first. There, Nightmare. I have a I cannot get the home one lowered. Kitty Craze with Dar. Well, you got that big ass house. Yeah, that'll be 2 years from now. That's gone. Look up the shareholders in Vanguard. 60% are undisclosed. Most of them are in the Pilgrim Society. Really? I did not realize that. But how do you figure that if they're undisclosed? Night, old boy, enjoy. Thanks, 2-4. Kitty Craze, we live on a waterbed too. A water table, not a water bed. Water table. Cheap freight? No, it's a Honda. Trucking right, brother. Go eat, Brian. I need the same. Yeah, you guys quit talking. I've got to go. Okay, I got to go. I really got to go eat, man. I'm so hungry, and I've been talking. My mouth has been moving for 4 hours, so my throat's sore. Haha, IH. And don't forget the British Crown Corporation, dirty bastards. Good day there. Have you just finished your shift? Casbar, no, I've been sitting around here for about 4 hours, so I'm just about finished this live though. I'm just about done. So I'm gonna go. I'm gonna give this a night. Say thank you to you all. Put my cigar down and go in and get something to eat. And then I'm gonna give Dara a call and probably what time are we? 20 after 6. I'm probably gonna go to bed. So you guys take it easy. I appreciate everybody that's been in. You guys, good chat tonight. Good live. Good talking to y'all. I thank you all for being here. And with that, man, I will see you guys later. Catch you down the road.